I am.
I can hear you, Aaron.
Did someone ask if I was here? Or did I imagine that?
You unmuted and I heard you say something. I thought you were testing your audio.
Oh, no. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. on Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. We're back in the record in the Public Service Company of Colorado, JTS 24A-0442E. Any preliminary matters before we jump back to the CEO cross of Mr. Riley? Ms. Nelson.
Yes, good afternoon. I just wanted to shorten up some of the cross time a little bit, and I wanted to let the company know that UCA is not going to cross Mr. Tomjanovich.
Okay.
That's what we have for now.
Ms. Clark.
I just wanted to thank everybody for the accommodation yesterday.
And do we have a day where your witness is going on?
My witness, no, she was waived.
Oh, she was way. Okay.
We just need to take Miss Clark on Mr. Eiley at some point today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's what it was. Sorry. So Ms. Clark, you want to just go after Mr. Bonas?
Yeah, that works for me. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Larson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two scheduling items as after Mr. Eiley completes his testimony. Mr. Tomjanovic, as well as Mr. Ming, do have some time constraints, and Mr. Tomjanovic needs to go by the end of the day tomorrow. Mr. Ming needs to go by the end of the week. So we may need to take them out of order prior to Mr. Landrum or interspersed with Mr. Landrum in some way. But we can tackle that when we get there. I just wanted to make everyone aware of that issue.
Okay. So we can maybe take them first thing Friday and keep going, something like that.
Yeah, although Mr. Tomjanovic not available Friday, so we may need to take him. We may need to take him right after Mr. Eiley.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
Yeah, goodbye, May.
All right, thank you.
Any other preliminary matters?
Nothing further.
Mr. Riley, are you out there? Do you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
For that, back to you, Mr. Bonas. I think we had about halfway through a 75-minute cross, something like that. Oh, you're muted.
I wasn't muted before, now I am. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think we calculated we've got about 35 minutes remaining. Does that line up with your calculations? Awesome, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Banis.
How you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. I'm feeling better this morning than I was at 4:30 yesterday. I hope you are too.
Similar, yes.
All right. I wanted to start off this afternoon talking about solution sets. I think, defined solution sets somewhere in your testimony as a framework for evaluating futures of increasing load and emissions reductions. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And in your direct testimony, you explained the company was proposing two solution sets.
Yes.
One with an 80% emissions reduction constraint in 2030, with then a linear progression going forward, and then a set with a 90% emissions reduction constraint in 2033. Is that right?
Yes. And then that also continues down to 0 by 50, that second one.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we please open hearing exhibit 117 and turn to page 57?
I'm sorry, the audio cut out. What was it?
I apologize. Page hearing exhibit 117.
117. Okay, hold on.
And can we scroll down to page 57, please? Thank you. So as we were just discussing, Mr. Riley, the company continues with their 80% and 90% solution set scenarios, right?
Yes.
And this chart demonstrates that, right?
Yes.
The 80% by 2030 on the left and the 90% by 2033 on the right.
Yes.
Can we please, we can take that down, please. Can we please open hearing exhibit 405? Thank you. And this is the phase 2 decision in proceeding number 21A-0141E, which is the most recent ERP. Is that right?
That is the most recent ERP. I'm just rereading the title here,
Sure.
but yes.
Can we please scroll down to page 6? Perfect. Paragraph 7 here on page 6. I'll just read it quickly. On balance, the phase 1 and phase 2 decisions together provide a measured approach to reliability and cost considerations while taking exponential strides toward a clean energy future that supports Colorado citizens. These decisions propel the company toward an 86% reduction in emissions by 2030, as well as the goal of providing its customers with energy from 100% clean energy resources by 2050. Did I read that right?
Yes. Well,
And it was,
you said it was paragraph 6, so you read word for word paragraph 7. So you read 7. Just
that's what I
make sure.
intended.
Okay, great.
Page 6, paragraph 7. Thanks for the clarification.
Maybe I mistook you there. Okay, gotcha. Yes.
And it was based on these targets that the commission approved this phase 2 portfolio, right?
It was based on a number of considerations. That was one of the outcomes of the approved portfolio. Yes.
But now the company, as we just said, is proposing to build candidate portfolios in its 80% solution set that would meet a less stringent level of emissions reductions than the 86% that they cited here in this decision, right?
Well, then on the other side, we would have a 90% by 2033 look in the second set of solutions.
I understand that, but the 80% is less than obviously the 86% that the commission had cited for 2030, right?
So the 86%, I want to point out that the 86% is a product of modeling, and the commission's approved portfolio in this proceeding took us through a 2028 resource acquisition period, and therefore that 86% is predicated on 2029 and 2030 resource additions that are in fact generic sort of hypotheticals. So it is an 86% reduction that the commission considered here, and it is representative of that portfolio that was approved, but it was not based on specific resources. But yes, 80 is less than 86 to your question.
Thank you. Would the company oppose modifying the 90% solution set to start at 80% by 2030 and reaching 90% by 2033, and then ending with 100% in 2050 to better align it with, what the commission had considered in this decision?
Would the Energy Office join the tri-party framework if I did so?
I'd have to talk to my client about that, but I'm sure you all can ask Mr. Hay that later.
Been waiting for an answer from Mr. Hay.
So is your answer that you would contingent upon, let me understand this, you would do that, what I just said, contingent upon the Energy Office agreeing?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And I do think it adds public policy information here. It creates sort of a more holistic, more stringent emissions look and a less stringent emissions look that is nonetheless statutorily compliant. But I'd like to broach it as contingent upon the Energy Office joining the tri-party framework.
Understood. Thank you. I'm going to switch now to talking about the Strategic Resilience Reserve Fund, which I think I'll just call the SRF, the SRRF, so I don't have to say that every time. Can we please turn to to hearing exhibit 116? That was fast. Thank you. Can we go to page 12, please? Thank you. All right. Mr. Eiley, here on page 12, you state, can you scroll down a little bit? Oh boy. Staff's approach. There we go. It's on line 10. Staff's proposal. No, I'm sorry. There it is. It's line 12. Staff's approach does not account for the commercial realities of obtaining a slot in the manufacturing queue, followed by a continued need to deploy dollars to maintain that slot and ultimately secure the critical equipment. I get that about right?
I honestly lost you on the line numbers. Could you redirect me to the specifics? I'm
Sure,
sorry.
we're on line 12.
We're on line 12.
That's my fault. I probably said 4 different things before I got to line 12.
So I'm reading this approach does not account for.
Correct.
Okay.
Did I get
Thanks.
that about right?
Yes.
I might have
Yeah.
flubbed a word, but I think I got
Yeah.
the spirit
No,
of it.
that's okay. I was just getting my context back here.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
And I apologize to everyone. Mr. Cox asked a bunch of questions about this yesterday. I tried to pare this down, so I'm not being repetitive of what Mr. Cox asked yesterday, but I just wanted to get a little more clarification. So, when you say commercial realities here, are you referring to a deposit?
Partially, but I think it's more than that. I mean, commercial realities are evolving, and I've said this several times in this hearing that it's become a really tough market to obtain equipment in, and we want to retain flexibility in this mechanism such that we can meet the objectives of the JTS. So commercial realities does refer to deposits, but it also continuing need to deploy dollars to maintain slots and then actually purchase the equipment, just as
Okay.
the sentence says.
Great. I'll get to that in a second. Now, the company's SURF proposal includes turbines, transformers, HVDC equipment, and breakers. Is that right?
No, it's not
No.
right.
Can we just turn to page 7 of this document? Thank you. I'm just looking here at the answer here. Please explain. I'll read. The SURF allows PSCo to acquire combustion turbines and transform. Maybe I should go through them one by one. Does
Sure.
does the SURF proposal include turbines?
Yes.
Does it include transformers?
Yes, and line 8 clarifies those do not include HVDC equipment, which you mentioned was included. You listed
Okay.
4 items. There are 3 in it. I'll make this easy. It's CTs, transformers, and
Yeah.
breakers, not the
Great.
HVDC.
And then you said additionally, there may be value in adding HVDC equipment. Is that right?
Yes, but it's not currently in the proposal.
Okay. And you estimate the expense of obtaining a slot in the manufacturing queue for a turbine to be somewhere in the realm of $5 million to $10 million. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And after entering the manufacturing queue, no further payment is required for a turbine until after the equipment is delivered. Is that correct?
I don't believe that's true.
Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 404, please?
And again, I sort of go back to the commercial realities, which is it's not these things are evolving. We're competing with private equity, we're competing potentially with sovereign wealth funds, we're competing with data centers. All might be seeking this equipment out. So these things could change tomorrow.
Okay, I understand that. Can we please scroll down to A12? This is to give context, this is a discovery request 5.4 of CEO. It's already been admitted into the record. And maybe we should scroll all the way down to the bottom first, please. And Mr. Riley, you're one of the sponsors of this discovery request, right?
Yes, the second sponsor after Mr. Tomjanovich.
Thank you. And can we then go back up to A12, please?
Did you want the question or the answer?
I think the answer is just fine. Thanks.
Okay.
There we are. And I'll just read the second sentence of your response here. Currently, no further payments to a manufacturer are required until a full purchase agreement commitment is made.
Yes,
Is that,
it says currently, and I addressed this yesterday in similar questions, currently, and this could change tomorrow. And we
Could
want to
change.
keep the SRRF flexible.
okay. Is a deposit required to obtain a slot in the transformer manufacturing queue?
I think this discovery response says it is not currently required, as I recall from the same questions yesterday.
I'm not trying to trick you. That was an open-ended question because I don't think we asked that earlier. That was meant to be just a question to you.
I think somebody else did.
Perhaps.
We can look at the discovery response and see what
I don't think this discovery response will be on point for us. How about this? Is entering a manufacturing queue the same as completing an order?
I actually don't know that. I would refer you to Mr. Tomjanovich.
Okay. Can we look at B Romanet 2, Arabic 1? Thank you. Here you say a typical milestone payment for a transformer would be 10% payment 30 days after the order, 30% after the purchase orders for materials, e.g. steel and copper, 30% after completion of factory electrical testing, and a final 30% 30 days after delivery. I get that right?
Yes.
And really, this is just another question trying to understand, when is an order made in relation to entering the manufacturing queue? What does it mean to make an order?
I mean, as a general matter, making an order means I'm committing to purchase a piece of equipment. Now, the phrase that I'm struggling with personally is entering the manufacturing queue. And that's just because I don't daily work with supply chain, equipment, acquisition of equipment like this. I think Mr. Tomjanovich is going to be closer to that question.
Okay. And maybe you know this, is a deposit required to obtain a slot in the manufacturing queue for HVDC equipment?
That I don't know.
Again, Mr. Tomjanovich would be the better person to ask.
Yeah, he or Mr. Martz, if you have time for him, because that's definitely in the realm of transmission. And Mr. Martz is our transmission witness, and I know he's had some commercial discussions with HVDC proposals.
Great, that's helpful. Thanks.
Yeah.
Finally, I just want to talk for a minute about timing of the SURF implementation. So can we turn to hearing exhibit 117? Thank you. And can we turn to page 71, please? And scroll down. Sorry, I didn't get the line number, so. SURF. Here we go. It's line number 7. The SURF addressing the near term, i.e. securing critical equipment for use and the respective JTS RFPs. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can we scroll up and look at this chart? I'm sorry. There we go. Now, and I know this chart has changed in the SUR rebuttal, but I think maybe I can still ask questions about it and you can correct me where things have changed. Does that sound
Sure.
fair?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So I see the SURF, you say the SURF addresses the near term, i.e. securing critical equipment. Is that what the box SURF is implying on top of the green box JTS base RFP? Is that that's meant to imply there?
It is. I can elaborate a little bit.
Please.
Yeah, it's intended. Our intent with the SURF SRRF is following, if it were approved in this phase 1 order, as we're recommending, that mechanism would become available for us to go out and pursue these commercial activities, deposits, acquiring manufacturing queues, et cetera, during that RFP. And then it would be useful during that RFP. So it would really be usable following the phase 1 decision. And so therefore it could be in use again during that RFP process, which would quickly follow that phase 1 decision.
So At one point, you referred to the SURF as the front shoulder of the JTS.
Yes.
Is that what you mean by that then? It comes before the base RFP?
It's sort of in parallel with the base RFP. I mean, it's probably a bit of a loose metaphor, but we're kind of observing that Colorado's ERP process, in my opinion, is quite strong and a good process in the context of a lot of challenges in the supply chain. But it's a good process to select and get resources online approximately 4 to 7 years out from when you file the phase one. And so that it's fairly good at that, and for getting commercially available technologies, wind, solar, batteries, and CTs. That's kind of the main set right now. It's good at that. It struggles to get things sooner, and so that's kind of what we mean by front shoulder. The SRRF may allow us to proceed with projects that may be available a little bit sooner. Kind of the core spot where we expect bids to come online on this JTS for 2029 to 2031. But there's a possibility that the SURF mechanism could allow us to proceed a little bit more quickly. So that's what's meant by kind of being the front shoulder of this, sort of allowing some resource acquisition, allow us to move forward on some of those processes and hopefully move things forward faster.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And then
Sure.
there's two arrows coming out of that green box, right? And one of them goes to the right to the incremental need pool, right?
Yes.
And then there's one diagonally down to that purple box, which is labeled JTS transmission portfolio planning.
Portfolio filing, yes.
Portfolio filing. Thank
Yes.
you. Does this indicate that the SURF occurs or is contemplated? I'm not sure if I'm using the right verb. Before the JTS transmission portfolio filing?
The RFP, I'm thinking through the specific timing steps. The RFP process will culminate in the phase two order, which will decide the final generation projects to advance. Then that information feeds into that purple box, the JTS transmission portfolio filing. And so that the specific set of generators is critical information for one of the two major components of the purple box. And that one component is called the deliverability or reliability component, which in essence is implementing the final set of generators that arise from the green box, which is the phase two and the final set of approved generation resources.
Again, that's very helpful. And the SURF, though, includes transformers and other transmission equipment, though, right?
Yes.
All right. There's another red box. There's a red box, and again, on top of that is written SURF with the arrow.
Yes.
Does the company seek approval for a second round of SURF equipment acquisitions before its second proposed RFP?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just looking through my notes real quick, and I think that's all the questions I have for you. And I can confirm. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Riley. It's been good talking with you, and I'll see
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Banis. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Thanks.
Thank you. I got an email from Commission Counsel. Are you out there? Yeah, Ms. McLaughlin, did you want to clarify something on Sir Rebuttal before we keep going with the
Yes, I can certainly do that now if that's okay with you, Chair, or if Mr. Eiley, you'd like him to continue, just at your
No.
pleasure.
Yeah, let's take this up as a late preliminary matter.
Okay, certainly. So Chair, just so you're aware, through the course of the hearing, the parties did raise that they would like to admit the Sir rebuttal testimony, just to get those documents appropriately uploaded and formatted. We have had a conferral behind the scenes, and I do have a list of those items that were intended for submission yesterday. Just to confirm, those items include UCA Hearing Exhibit 308 with attachments 1, 2, and 3, in addition to affidavits from Leslie Henry Sermons and Chris Neal. OJT Hearing Exhibit 602, CIEA Hearing Exhibit 702, Conservation Coalition, hearing exhibit 803 with attachments AM-11 through AM-33. WRA sweep, hearing exhibits both in highly confidential and public versions for 1305 with attachments CV31, CV31HC, and CV32. Moffett and Craig, hearing exhibit 2102, and COSA SIA AEU, hearing exhibit 2206 and 2207 with attachments JFP-2. Also staff's hearing exhibit 2606 with attachments SJD9 and SJD10, and EJC hearing exhibit 1705. So Chair, that list was circulated with the parties to confirm that those were the intended submissions. And just for confirmation from you today that those are admitted, absent any objections from the parties, and can be moved over appropriately in their box folders.
Mr. Larson, any objection to those admissions?
No objection.
Any objections from any other council? Hearing none, so admitted. Sorry for the delay, Ms. McLaughlin, and thanks for clearing that up. Ms. Clark, you're up with Mr. Eiley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley. It's nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark. Nice to meet you.
For the record, my name is Julie Clark, and I'll be asking you questions on behalf of Walmart. And I just have a few questions relating to the incremental need pool.
Okay.
In your direct testimony, did you discuss the company's proposed pre-construction development asset tool?
Yes.
If I refer to it as the PCDA, you'll understand that's what I'm referring to as the pre-construction development asset, correct?
Yes.
The PCDA was intended as an expansion of the PCDA that was introduced in the company's last ERP, the 2021 ERP and CEP, correct?
Yes.
Am I correct that the PCDA has now evolved into the incremental need pool?
It has become a component of the incremental need pool.
Okay. And the company was proposing a $1 million budget for the PCDA, correct?
You may have to remind me where that was proposed. Apologies.
That was proposed in Tom Jonovich's testimony. I'll ask him that.
Okay, I'm not trying to throw you off. I don't recognize that number. I think the total PCDA revenue will be higher than that for budget, I would say. So that I'm a little off on that.
Okay, so really what my question is what is the budget that the company is proposing now for the incremental need pool?
We did not propose a specific budget. And I understand it makes sense that you'd ask the question, but let me try to make it more clear. We proposed the incremental need pool to include a sufficient set of resources that would resemble what was historically the backup pool. We had a backup pool in the last ERP. So again, like the PCDA is a component of the incremental need pool. So the incremental need pool has backup resources. It has this PCDA structure in it. And we would select resources that would go into the INP based on those that were brought forward under one of the portfolios brought forward to the commission. If they were not selected in an approved portfolio, but they were brought forward in our portfolios, that would be the set of resources in the incremental need pool. And that would comprise the universe of resources that would receive PCDA payments.
Okay.
And there's more details on that, but there's not an explicit dollar or megawatt cap or budget in the incremental need pool.
Thank you. That was very helpful.
Sure.
Okay, so no budget. It's my understanding that the company is proposing to recover the option payments under the INP through the electric commodity adjustment. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. One of the modifications in rebuttal to the incremental need pool is the proposal for an annual option payment to hold the projects. Is that correct?
I view that as a refinement of the PCDA itself. If you'd like me to explain.
Yeah, please.
So it actually, unless I'm misunderstanding, it actually is the PCDA. It's just that the refinement was to break that into 1-year increments. Because one thing that comes with the PCDA payment is an agreement on exclusivity of that generation bid. And so if they're receiving the payment, they're exclusively bound to be remaining in the INP. And so one of the refinements that was incorporated into this rebuttal version, the sort of Monday version, which came into being in Exhibit 2606 SJD 9, is to break that up into single-year payments, and that was done to make it a little bit more flexible for the generators.
Okay.
So the PCDA it used to be sort of an ongoing thing, and it was requested to break it into single-year commitments.
Okay.
So
it okay. And the option payment, that's in lieu of the milestone payments, correct? They're not getting milestone payments and the option payment.
No, it's just the option payment.
Okay.
There's not a double payment in the incremental need pool.
Okay. And does the INP require the developer to provide proof of achieving certain milestones to receive the option payment?
Oh, in terms of advancing the generation project?
Yes. Or
No, I
in
don't
terms of, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
In terms of it being placed into the incremental need pool and being exclusive to the company.
It needs to be a viable bid. So I'll step back a little bit. It needs to be a viable bid in our phase 2 RFP process. And that means that it will go under a due diligence scrutiny process that we subject all bids to. Then it would go through, it will be separated into whether it advances to computer modeling or not. That's another screen. And then within the computer-based modeling, it would compete with other resources and be selected for one of the portfolios. So it now becomes either an approved bid, so a winner, if you will, and then sort of the next, the next in line after the winners, basically almost like backups. So once it's in the incremental need pool, that project basically stays in sort of a pause development phase, if you will. So the project doesn't need to advance further as a generation project. That's why it's paid the option payment to kind of keep that bid in place for a period of time, such that it's available to be requested into action.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
I think so. Let me just ask it again
Sure.
to make sure we're on the same page. So once it's in the incremental need pool, the developer doesn't have to demonstrate or continue any sort of development activity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
It's just that exclusivity and availability, really. They're giving us availability on an exclusive basis for that 1-year term or renewed for longer.
Okay.
That's all they have to do.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. I have 45 minutes for CEC next.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me all right?
We can.
Afternoon.
All right, my computer froze there for a minute. Thank you. And Chairman Blank, I believe I've reserved enough time. If I go a little long, we have the availability to waive some time for other PSCO witnesses, so I appreciate some latitude there if we do go a little long.
Yep, we're doing all right. So
okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Rushoff. How are you?
I'm doing well. For the record, Austin Rushoff on behalf of CEC. I want to talk a little bit about JTS costs and your long-term rate analysis.
Okay.
And I want to start with sort of a high level question. What is the total cost of the JTS?
We don't have final phase 2 modeling in at this point.
Okay.
So I don't know if I can answer that.
All right. Well, maybe we can break it down a little bit. Let's just kind of talk about generation costs for a moment. And if we could pull up Hearing Exhibit 101, attachment JWI2, Volume 2. And I believe that's the revised version.
You said JWI2 Volume 2, the
Yes,
Rev 2?
the technical appendix.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
And Mr. Eiley, this is the Public Service Company of Colorado 2024 Just Transition Solicitation, Volume 2 Technical Appendix. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to jump to page 146, please. I'm actually looking at section 2.10. So if you could scroll down a little bit, I might have been looking at Rev 1. That's what I'm looking for. So that's 149. Okay. So here in section 2.10, the technical appendix talks about the various plan, develops, and modeling details that the company did, correct?
Yes.
And then there under the JTS portfolios section, it talks about how the company modeled 5 JTS constructs or scenarios. Do you see
Yes.
that? And
Yes.
that's the base scenario, the ADER scenario, the no new gas scenario, the advanced technology scenario, and the linear reduction scenario. If you scroll down a little bit, that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then in the paragraph below that, the document discusses how the company modeled these 5 scenarios using various planning reserve margins, costs of emissions, cost of carbon, other sensitivities, so to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then it says, again, scrolling down a little bit, it says that the company modeled 30 scenarios in total. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And has Piesco updated that number of scenarios on rebuttal?
Yes, we're at 14 at this point.
Okay, 14. If we scroll down a page or two, there's a heading carbon dioxide emissions caps. Right there. And there it states that the JTS portfolios were modeled to meet annual CO2 emission caps on an 80% by 2030 trajectory and a 90% reduction by 2033, 100% by 2050, with the exception of the linear reduction portfolios. And you just had this conversation with Mr. Banas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One of the company's goals in this JTS is to implement an 80% emissions reduction by 2030. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and that goal is governed by Senate Bill 19236, which required the company to file the clean energy plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that Senate Bill 19236 required the clean energy plan to meet an 80% emissions reduction target by 2030 and also seek to achieve the 100% clean energy resources by 2050 if doing so was economically feasible in the public interest. Is that your recollection?
That's my recollection. I don't recall the exact phrase at the end there, but that sounds like what I recall. Yes.
Okay. So you would agree with me that the legislature after the 80 by 30 target, the legislature created sort of a 20-year glide path to meet the 2050 emission reduction target.
I guess you could say that, yes.
Okay, and the 90% by 2033 model that the company is modeling in the JTS, that wasn't specifically part of Senate Bill 19236, was it?
No, it was not. It was agreed to in the updated settlement agreement.
Right, okay. Mr. Eiley, did you closely follow the 2025 Colorado legislative session?
I followed parts of it.
Okay. Were you aware that legislation was proposed that would have essentially created a Clean Energy Plan 2040?
Yes. Well, I'm aware that they were creating targets. I think in 2035, and then targeting a zero, 100% or zero emissions portfolio look by 2040.
By 2040.
And some potential safeguards on cost and reliability.
Sure. And so related to that legislation that never passed, but are you similarly aware that several stakeholder groups sent a letter to legislative leaders regarding that legislation, opposing the legislature and opposing late bill status for that bill?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance?
Yes, that was his objection, Mr. Risha.
Yeah, the relevance is essentially the company is proposing modeling emissions reductions that aren't in statute and were proposed to be in statute, but were not passed.
Mr. Chair, if I could have an
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, number one, there never was a bill introduced to reduce emissions 100% by 2040. Number two, I mean, Mr. Eiley's already provided the basis for the 90% by 2033, which is the updated settlement agreement. It has nothing to do with this, discussion of legislation.
I disagree. I think this is relevant. So, Mr. Eiley, if you can answer the question.
I believe that. Sorry, Mr. Rushoff.
I can repeat.
Sure, thanks.
Sir, so the question was, there was a letter dated March 28th, 2005, signed by several stakeholders across the state, various industries, opposing that proposed 100% emissions reduction by 2040. And I guess my first question is, are you aware of that letter?
I'm aware of a letter that was created relative to that bill with stakeholders on it. I don't know if it universally opposed it or expressed concerns about the process. I don't remember the nature of it now.
Okay. I have that letter in my box if it'd be helpful to look at that as hearing exhibit 1002. And Mr. Eiley, this is the letter I'm referring to. Are you generally familiar with this?
I'm taking a quick look. I think this is the letter that I recall.
Okay, and this should be a 3-page document. If we could scroll to the last page. At the bottom there. So Xcel Energy was a signatory to this letter, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go back up to the first page, in the last paragraph on the first page, please. So looking at the first sentence in the last paragraph of that first page, generally you would agree with me that this letter states that customer impacts and reliability are important as we move into energy transition, and that generally, well, do you see that sentence? I'll start with that question.
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree with me that generally this letter suggested that a 2040 100% emissions reduction could threaten customer affordability and reliability?
I think it was concerned with the process of how the bill might move forward and stakeholder input on the bill. That's what I recall, not having reread all this fully right now.
Okay. All right. We can take that. Well,
Yeah,
Chairman
actually,
Blank-
in the second to last paragraph, it said, while we have had minimal time to review in detail, so I think a lot of the thrust of this letter is the degree of input and review that some stakeholders felt like they had on, including us.
Sir, there was certainly concerns with the lateness of this legislation, I suppose. Chairman Blank, I'd move for the omission of hearing exhibit 1002.
Can you scroll up to the top again? Okay. Any objections, Mr. Larson?
No objection. Thank you.
So moved.
I'm sorry, Chair, this exhibit doesn't have an exhibit number on it on any of the pages, so we would need
I-
him to resubmit that.
I apologize, that's my fault. We can resubmit that.
So admitted, subject to getting a hearing exhibit number and showing it to the parties, but you don't have to take this up again. Thanks to the legal assistants, and keep going, Mr. Rashaw.
Okay. I'd like to refer back to the technical appendix we were looking at a few minutes ago. If we could pull that back up, hearing exhibit 101, attachment JWI 2, volume 2, technical appendix rev 2. And jumping to page 154, please. I have the correct version now. Okay, so Mr. Eiley, you see here table 2.10-2, titled Base Nuclear and Comprehensive Advanced Technology Plan Detailed Results.
Yes.
Okay, and this table produces some of the costs of the different modeled portfolios, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then I want to look first at that base plan, that first column. And then if we look to about the middle of the table, there's the bold line PVRR planning period 2025 to 2050. You see that?
I do.
Okay, so this table shows that the base plan is about $64 billion on that PVRR basis.
That represents total expenditures across the system for generation, transmission, and there may be some other elements in that number that I would probably defer you to Mr. Landrum, our resource planner, on.
Okay, that's helpful. So that was a question. I didn't know if that figure includes just the generation, or is that generation and transmission and other things?
I believe it's other things as well.
Okay. This data presented here, was this based on generic resources that the company, generic resource pricing that the company used when it filed its direct case?
Yes.
Okay, and those generic resource prices were based on 2023 NREL data, is that correct?
Subject to check, yes. That also is a better question for Mr. Landrum, but that sounds exactly right.
Yeah, I took that from Mr. Landrum's direct testimony, so
Yeah.
I think we don't need to pull it up, but
Yeah, I believe you.
okay. I want to talk, we can take this exhibit down, please. And I want to talk a little bit about your rebuttal testimony. And in your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Eiley, you mentioned that generic resource prices have gone up considerably since the company's direct filing. Is that right?
I'd say resource prices have gone up. I suppose that means generic prices have gone up. You might need to point me to the phrase.
Right. And so you, in your rebuttal testimony, you introduced Mr. Landrum's rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. Landrum's rebuttal testimony?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. I'd like to pull that up, hearing exhibit 118, if that's all right with you.
That sounds like Mr. Landrum's rebuttal testimony. So
That is, yes.
that's a signal that I may defer some things to him.
And that's fine if you need to.
Yep.
Okay, if we could go to page 67, please. And line 18. And I want to look at that sentence that starts in the middle of line 18. That says the company is aware of current ongoing RFP prices and other Xcel Energy jurisdictions, the cost pressures seen in the CEP delivery plan proceeding, and our current experience with both ours and our PPA partners' 2021 CEP projects, as well as ongoing development efforts for the next round of bids, both for this JTS and other jurisdictions. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then continuing on, that next sentence on line 2 says this intelligence clearly informs the determination that the phase 1 generics are significantly below market prices, in some cases maybe as much as half the reasonable expectation for JTS bid prices. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then going down just to page 69, the next day, page line 5. The question is on line 3, are you comfortable that these prices will still be valid for use a year or so from now in the JTS base RFP analysis? And the answer is I am not. Costs are currently rising practically daily. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so going back to, and we don't have to pull it up, I don't believe, but we were discussing the technical appendix and the table 2.10-2, where PSCO presented PVRR costs of various scenarios. And you agreed that those were based on generic prices used back in October when you filed the direct case. Has the company updated these PVRR costs based on updated generic pricing?
Not to my knowledge, not in the record, and not to my knowledge at all.
Okay, and if we looked at the PVRR we looked at there a few minutes ago was 64 billion for that base case scenario. If Mr. Landrum's rebuttal testimony is correct, that some of the generic pricing could be as much as half as much of the actuals, is it possible that the PVRR of that portfolio is twice as much as the 64 billion?
No, I don't think that's the implication. I think the implication is that the number could be higher, yes, but this speaks to the elements that are included in that complete PVRR basis. Because my understanding is that, as I think about that, I think it includes ongoing fuel, ongoing PPAs for resources that are here now that are not at issue in the ERP. So I think it's a collection of costs representing both existing, ongoing costs, the cost of new generation investment, and potentially some other components. So I don't think it's reasonable to surmise that number could be double. I think that was your question. I think
that was my question. And
yeah, I mean, the impact could certainly be interesting, and but I'd rather Mr. Landrum sort of speculate on that, even if he's able to at this point.
Okay, and I understand your response that figure of the PVRR is based on several components.
Right.
This is a big record. Is there anywhere where you present just the total modeled generation costs, new generation costs?
It might be best captured as I thought about your initial question in the long-term rate forecast tools.
Okay.
Where we did show capital expenditures for new generation in those tools. And I think it's JWI D5 and JWI D6 in the direct case.
Yep.
Attachments to my direct.
Okay. And again, that long-term rate analysis was presented in October of 24, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And it would have been based on the same set of generic type assumptions too.
And you're not disagreeing with Mr. Landrum that those generic prices might be half as much as you're actually going to see in the bids?
I don't disagree with him. I think he's saying that in some certain specific cases. I think we've seen some upward price pressure across the board.
Okay. And you agree, or you don't disagree with his comment that prices are rising daily?
I'll let him speak to daily. They have risen. And we do get fairly frequent anecdotes on that.
Okay. So all this is to say, we don't really know what the cost will be when phase 2 happens, correct?
I mean, we phase two, the point is to get information from the market in the form of bids. The last time we got over 1,000 bids, the time before that, we got over 400 bids. So the market is very competitive in Colorado. Sometimes it surprises us. And the idea is in phase two, you conduct that RFP and then you get the bids in and you select the best set of resources in the model. And then the model gives you that sort of aggregated cost result. So our information will be much better then because it's based on specific resources as a product of the competitive bid market.
Right. And I understand the company's dealing with a lot of uncertainty. I mean, you would essentially agree that this is sort of a game of wait and see on what comes out of phase two as far as total costs.
Phase two always is more accurate than phase one.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to change topics a little bit to talk about transmission investment.
Okay.
And I know this isn't necessarily your area of expertise, but this is sort of the total cost as it relates to your long-term rate analysis testimony. Do you know the total cost of new transmission the company's proposing in this case?
Again, I think like the best sort of numeric data on that is probably contained in those models.
Okay.
I don't have like a high level number on that. We looked at so our base portfolio had more load in it, and then we had a low load portfolio that had a lower amount of load in it, and then we estimated the generation cost based on that Encompass modeling. We did some estimating on the transmission investment that would be connecting or used to connect the generation resources. So those models have differentiated transmission pricing in them.
Okay.
I apologize, I don't have a number at my fingertips on that.
Well, I think that's fair. And I don't want to belabor the point, but you presented the long-term rate analysis in those tables, that tool in October of 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
And I imagine you prepared that actual analysis, at least a month or some amount of time before your testimony was filed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree that data presenting in the long-term rate analysis is at least about 9 months old at this point, right?
That's probably about right. It's several months old in that analysis.
Okay. One transmission piece the company's requesting is sort of a final approval of the May Valley Longhorn extension and those costs. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the estimated cost presented of the May Valley Longhorn extension is $304 million?
Is that in Mr. Martz's testimony?
That is in Mr. Martz's testimony.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I knew that the number had been adjusted compared to when I think the last time we discussed it at the commission was in 2021 or 2022.
Right.
We brought the Colorado's Power Pathway forward, and then it was conditionally approved in that last ERP. So that sounds right to me.
So the May Valley extension, as I remember, was originally proposed as part of the Colorado Power Pathway.
That's right.
Okay. And the estimated cost of the May Valley Longhorn extension and the Power Pathway cost was $247 million. Does that sound right?
It does.
Okay. So that's almost up $50 million since February 2021.
That sounds about right.
Okay. Speaking of the Power Pathway, the cost of that was $1.7 billion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that project's ongoing, right? Or is that complete?
Not complete. Certain sections have been completed, I'm happy to report.
Okay.
Or in operation.
Excellent. In this case, the company is proposing a 230 kilovolt underground double circuit project in sort of the East Metro. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand the estimated cost of that to be approximately $1.9 billion?
I believe that's right. Yes.
Okay. So that's going to be more expensive than the Power Pathway project.
Yes, potentially.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not sure if you were thinking or you're waiting for me.
No, I was saying yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry.
We're just staring at each other there for a minute. Okay, and then there is in Mr. Martz's testimony some alternatives to that East Denver project, right? That are a little bit cheaper. Are you aware of those alternatives?
I believe that's true. Yes.
Okay. Either way, it sounds like the company is looking at significant transmission investment in the Denver East Metro area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in Mr. Martz's rebuttal testimony, he presents an indicative cost estimate for baseline JTS resource portfolio of $2.4 billion. Does that sound correct?
It does.
Okay. The company currently has a Denver Metro transmission CPCN case pending. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree if I present to you that the estimated cost of that CPCN is about 1.17 billion?
I believe that's right in that case. Yeah.
Okay. Summing up some of the conversation we just had, over the past 5 years or so, would you agree that the company is planning to invest about $5 billion in transmission between the Power Pathway, Denver Metro, this case?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. There's no, it misstates his testimony. There's no proposed transmission investments as part of this case. And I believe the questions are insinuating that there's proposals for commission adjudication with respect to transmission projects in this case.
Well, go ahead, Mr. Rushoff.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, I agree that there's no proposal. There's the proposal for the May Valley here. There's no proposal for the new East Metro transmission. I understand that, but I'm just trying to understand, again, Mr. Eiley presented a long-term rate analysis that includes transmission. So I'm trying to understand what all is part of that.
Well,
Mr. Chair,
yeah, go ahead, Mr. Larson.
I can withdraw the objection, but just for clarity of the record, just that there's no proposals and how Mr. Rushoff just stated it, I agree with that representation.
All right, with that, the objections withdrawn, and if you could answer Mr. Eiley, that'd be great.
Mr. Rushoff, can you give me your line items to get to the five billion?
Yeah, and
Just list them out by number and names, a quick name on each one, just to make sure I don't want to get something I have. It sounded like about 3 or 4 in total, and I didn't list them in my mind and sum them.
absolutely. So I had May Valley Longhorn at 300 million. I had Power Pathway at 1.7 billion. So that gets us to 2 billion.
Agree.
I had not proposed, but potential new East Denver Metro project at 1.9 billion. And then there was another about 500 million as part of this case that Mr. Martz presents. And then the pending Denver CPCN transmission, which is about 1.1.
Okay.
So yeah, we can check math there, but I got it about 5 billion on that.
I agree those numbers add to about 5 billion.
Okay. And again, the sort of the earliest project we talked about in that portfolio was the CPP, the Colorado Power Pathway. And that case, I believe, was litigated in 2021. Does that sound right? Or at least filed in 2021?
Filed March 2nd, 2021.
There you go. Okay, thank you. So from there to today, when we're talking about new transmission investment in the JTS, approximately 4 years, getting close to 5 years, we're talking about $5 billion in transmission investment. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it the company's expectation that $1 billion per year is about the transmission investment necessary going forward?
We don't define going forward. We put in, and let me frame that question for you. We have a 5-year investment forecast that we shared with the investor community the third quarter of 2024. So that looked at over the next 5 years. It was in that order of magnitude. Beyond that, there's not really a statement on this. There's probably some degree of information through 2031 arising through this case. I don't know if I'm ready to stipulate to that number on an ongoing basis. You'd have to show me kind of the row on that with a little bit more detail, but.
Okay, and it sounds like maybe we don't have that number at hand, but sort of a 5-year plan on transmission investment, I assume would be included in your long-term rate analysis.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we don't need to look into that, but I
Okay.
know where to find it now. Okay, that's all my questions on transmission investment. I want to talk a little bit more about just the long-term rate analysis more generally. You testified that the company provided the long-term rate analysis in this case, at least to some extent, at the suggestion of the commission in the last phase 2 decision. Is that right?
I think we were all but ordered to, yes, but
Well, suggestion's a nice way to put it.
I was going to quibble with the suggestion language.
Okay, you were ordered to present that.
right. And we followed
Okay.
it.
Yes, nicely.
You said in your testimony that the commission ordered that, as the commission stated, given the importance of affordability and desire to understand capital investment plans. Does that sound more or less correct?
Yeah, I'd elaborate further. I think a desire to understand the costs and capital across a comprehensive set of plans as the commission grapples with different matters and different investments across cases.
Absolutely. Let's pull up your direct testimony here, Exhibit 101, and look at some of the long-term rate analysis testimony. Is there just one revised copy of this? Looks like that's true. Okay,
I believe that's right.
that's right. And
Yes, it's just a Rev 1. I just double checked.
So I want to pull up figure JWI D13, page 124. And Mr. Eiley, here you present your long-term rate analysis in a variety of graphs. Is that correct?
It's the long-term rate forecasts and then some other elements of information that are factored into the calculation of that rate forecast.
Some components of the rate forecast, I suppose.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to, and to clarify too, in each of these graphs, there's gray and blue bar graphs, and that represents the gray is your low load growth forecast, and the blue is your base load growth forecast, correct?
That's right.
Okay. I'd like to look at the graph on the upper left, and I'm realizing I don't see this on my screen. I have it on my screen, but I don't see it on the Zoom.
Is there a page number?
Oh, sorry, 124.
Sorry, I was trying to find it without that, but
No.
I'll grab that. Thanks.
Thank you. And as I said, I want to look at sort of that rate base growth upper left graph. So it might help to zoom in on, actually, I'm sure it would help to zoom in on that if possible. Okay, you can see that, Mr. Eiley?
Yes.
All right. So I want to look at 2024 in that first bar. And you would agree with me that that shows rate base at around $15 billion in 2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If
I
we
think
look
it's
at
closer to 14, but I won't quibble.
okay, thank you. If
Mhm.
we look at 2028, I see that number being around $30 billion. Would you agree with that?
Yes, approximately.
Okay, so approximately doubling of rate base in about 5 years. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at the end, the last year presented is 2044. And I would state that that's approximately $80 billion in rate base. Would you agree with that?
Under the blue or base case?
Under the blue base case, yes.
Yeah, just a little bit less than that, I think, but yes.
A little shy. Okay.
I
So
think. Yeah.
would you agree that over those 20 years, that's approximately a 5-fold increase in rate base?
Yes.
Okay. And then to the chart on the right, fuel and O&M in millions of dollars. I won't walk through that as precisely, but you would agree that this chart shows similarly a significant rise in fuel and OM costs over those 20 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree, you've stated previously that these figures haven't been updated since October 15th when you presented your direct case, correct?
Those long-term rate forecasts, there were supplemental direct requests in which we added one additional forecast, the low load forecast.
Right. Okay.
I think there were some slight updates that weren't, as far as like the base and the low forecast, there were some updates, but they didn't change the general direction of this.
Right. And so if they only changed sort of the load side of the coin, the resource cost hasn't been updated, correct?
I don't think the resource cost was updated. No.
Okay. The company filed their CEP delivery plan motion in the last electric resource plan in September, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that sort of at a high level, that delivery plan motion proposed a variety of, not a variety, but mechanisms where the commission or the company could seek price adjustments for CEP resources, right?
That's right.
And that by
Well,
price,
I'd say, let me correct you. Let me elaborate. The company and independent power producer projects can see some price relief.
And thank you. I apologize for interrupting. When I say price adjustments, those are all upward price adjustments, right?
There was some ability for prices to be adjusted downward, but I think the main expectation is upward.
Okay. The commission issued a decision on the CEP delivery plan on January 12th, 2025. Does that sound correct?
It sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And you would agree that that decision allowed for some mechanisms to increase the costs of CEP resources, right?
Yes.
Were those potential cost increases for CEP resources presented in your long-term rate analysis?
You're saying that the potential price increases?
Let me rephrase that question, because they couldn't have been reflected because your long-term rate analysis was presented before that. The long-term rate analysis has not been updated to reflect the CEP delivery motion decision. Is that correct?
I don't think it was. I want to say we filed the lower low load forecast after that, but I don't think that we went in and adjusted these inputs based on that.
Okay.
Based on the CEPD mechanisms.
Okay. So you would agree that generally the long-term rate analysis presented here does not reflect CEP delivery plan motion or the generic pricing increases that Mr. Landrum discusses, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. We've talked a lot about costs. I want to talk about load growth because that's a big part of the long-term rate analysis.
Okay.
Without getting into specifics, and I'm looking at this, I believe we can take this exhibit down, please. Without getting into specifics, the company has plenty of testimony in this case about how it expects significant load growth in the coming years, correct?
Yes.
And that's due to a number of factors, but one of those is new large customers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's the company's position that all else being equal, these new large customers could help defray costs and put downward pressure on rates. Is that correct?
Yes, with respect to not having those large customers, that is correct.
Right. And downward pressure is a phrase you use in your testimony. When you say downward pressure, does that mean that customers should expect their rates to decrease in the coming years?
No, to be technically accurate, if we are able to attract large load customers, we believe that the customers' rates will increase less.
Increase less.
Than they otherwise would. Yes.
Right. Okay. So your as we were just talking about a little bit, your testimony shows a different long-term rate analysis based on sort of a low load forecast versus a base load forecast, correct?
Yes, that's right.
There's a few different load forecasts we've looked at now.
Yeah, I think 3 in total. Yes.
Right. And the amount of new large loads that will actually come online in the coming years is uncertain at this point. Is that right?
Yes, which was a core problem statement that our rebuttal testimony sought to address in the three-party framework. Well, the framework we introduced in rebuttal and the three-party framework seeks to address that very problem squarely.
Sure. Are you aware that some utilities refer to these large load customers as speculative load?
I am not.
Okay. In your experience, do some of these new data center or other large customers shop around to various utilities when planning where to develop their projects?
I think that depends on the customer. And here's where I would direct you to Mr. Bailey, that is his principal responsibility, is to work with those customers.
Right. Understood. And I will kind of point you to Mr. Bailey's testimony. He presents hearing exhibit 123, highly confidential attachment TLB-2HC. And I don't want to get into the highly confidential aspect of that, but would you agree with me that that attachment shows sort of an update of new large load service requests since filing direct testimony?
I don't know if I know exactly what that attachment is, and I know I realize you're trying to avoid the procedural implications of going into HC mode. I'm just not quite sure if I know what's on that attachment.
Okay. Let me see if I can just ask a more generic question.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that the projected large load customers in October, when the company filed direct, several of those customers have now withdrawn their interconnection requests?
I recall one withdrawing, and I would say that there have been other ones who have come into the queue or come into the process as well. Mr. Bailey can address that in more detail.
Right. I was going to get there, but you would agree that a lot of the projects the company was looking at in October have now withdrawn?
I don't know if I'd agree with a lot. I'm aware of one for sure. I think there's more than one, but I'm aware of one.
Okay. Subject to check, would you agree that that's more than half of the load in October has now withdrawn its request?
I'm not prepared to agree with that.
Okay, that we can move on from that. Because I did want to get to your point. Granted, when the company updated its large load customers, it showed that some customers had withdrawn their requests, but there's also been many more requests since you filed direct testimony in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And given our experience, would you agree that several of those customers, I won't say several, given our experience, would you agree that it's likely some of those customers will also withdraw their requests?
And others will come in, and we also modeled only a fraction of those that are sort of considered to be in the funnel. I think we had 5,800 megawatts of large loads in consideration at various stages, different probabilities. We screened out a certain set of those in our direct case and modeled those in. And then our new framework screens further and moves higher probability load customers into that. Therefore, the initial load forecast is lower.
Right. And I understand your testimony about the 80% probability. I suppose what I'm getting at is you would agree that there's a lot of uncertainty going forward on new large loads.
Yeah, I think that's our problem statement in the rebuttal case.
Right.
My problem statement in the rebuttal case.
And the company has agreed to file a new large load tariff by January 31st, 2026. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was a refinement under the three-party framework.
Okay. And do you expect that the purpose of that large load tariff will be to provide protections for current customers?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. The large load tariff that the company has agreed to file by early in 2026, one of the purposes of that tariff will be to remove some of the uncertainty and implement customer protections. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree that certainty, as much certainty as we can get with large loads, is an important question as we complete the two-phase RFP. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Couple more questions for you, Mr. Eiley. In the face of all this uncertainty that the company is grappling with, the company wants to achieve the goals of the JTS as cost effectively as possible, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that affordability is a primary company goal in this case,
Yes.
and you would agree that affordability is a concern of the commission
Yes.
and a concern of the governor's office?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to clarify something. In reviewing your testimony in this case and comparing it to the last electric resource plan, the CEP, one distinction I noticed is that in the last electric resource plan, the company presented a preferred portfolio. Is that correct?
In phase 2.
In phase 2 or in phase 1, there was a number of modeled resource portfolios, but the company had a preferred portfolio. Do you recall that?
I don't fully recall that, actually.
Okay.
Phase 2, certainly there was a preferred portfolio. I cannot remember in the phase 1 of the 2021 ERP if we had a preferred portfolio there.
Okay. And
apologies, I should remember that, and I just don't right now.
that's all right. My recollection is that there was a preferred, and then at some point there was an updated preferred portfolio. But what I'd like to get at is, in this case, the company hasn't presented sort of a preferred option, correct?
We have what we call a base portfolio that was submitted in direct. We call it the base portfolio. And that had a greater amount of large loads. We generally think that was the more accurate portfolio as compared to, we also presented a low, I think we called it a low load portfolio as well.
Okay.
So we generally thought that the base portfolio was the more relevant one. We may not have called it preferred.
Might not have called it preferred. Because my reaction to reading the case was that sort of rather than a preferred portfolio that the company is asking for approval of, I read the case as the company is asking for a variety of tools and scenarios that the commission can consider as it selects how to best achieve the goals of Senate Bill 19236. Would you agree with that characterization?
I'm not sure, because we advanced for approval really to pursue the base portfolio in terms of the low. And now in the rebuttal case and the tri-party framework, we are recommending what is called the updated base load forecast as part of that portfolio.
Okay. Are you recommending a certain mixture of resources?
No, it remains an all-source solicitation that's meant to achieve reliability, emissions, affordability, right? But we are recommending a certain level of load, now represented as the updated base forecast.
Are you recommending a certain level of projected emissions reduction?
That would be analyzed under the solution sets that we put in our in the rebuttal, and also were discussed a little bit earlier today. So we're recommending the updated base amount of load move forward in this base RFP, and then consideration of these different emissions looks. One is more stringent, the other is slightly less stringent, but also still compliant with state statute.
Right, and I think that was what I was getting at. You're proposing to look at various portfolios that will provide different emissions reductions, but you're not proposing a specific preference for a level of emissions reduction.
No, not at this time. I think we want to see the results. I guess I don't think I'm disagreeing with you, actually. I think I'm just seeking to clarify that we are recommending one level of load to be modeled here.
Okay.
That's updated base load.
Okay. And given we aren't certain how phase 2 is going to come out, and we don't know sort of what the commission will order, but we do know that the outcome of this case is going to result in continued and significant rate base expansion. Is that right?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay. And we do know that it's going to result in customer rate increases, right?
There'll be some degree of rate increases.
Okay. So would you agree that the commission should be considering affordability as it looks at sort of how this case concludes?
Yes.
Okay. For example, would you agree that the company and its proposal, or I suppose its agreement on rebuttal, to implement a two-phase RFP. Is that one strategy that can help affordability by resulting in some more certainty?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think, and again, back to the problem statements in my rebuttal testimony, it can increase the certainty of how we match supply and demand through breaking it up into RFP processes. So yes, I think it deals with the uncertainty on both the demand side, as we discussed a little bit, but also in different ways on the supply side too.
Right, and the company's position on rebuttal to only pursue resources for new large loads with an 80% probability, that's one strategy to handle uncertainty, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So we moved some of the less certain loads out of that base forecast and kept in the more certain ones at this time. And I want to emphasize that they move into higher degrees of certainty or not over time. Like that's an evolution by project.
Okay.
But I'm agreeing with you.
Would pursuing alternatives to large-scale transmission investment be another strategy to deal with uncertainty and affordability issues?
It is. I believe it's actually a requirement in the CPCN rules for transmission projects.
Okay. Do you think that pursuing a portfolio of resources that achieves the goals of Senate Bill 19236 without striving for deeper emissions reduction is one way that the company could pursue affordability?
I think under our proposed solution sets where, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you agree that another option to promote affordability is for the commission and the company to pursue a set of resources that achieves the Senate Bill 19236 goals, but doesn't strive for deeper emissions reductions than required?
I think that the solution sets we've proposed show both a level of emissions reductions that is the minimum requirement under Senate Bill 19236, and then there's another set of portfolios advanced that hit the 80. Well, they hit the 90 by 33 target and then continue on to 2050. That will present information. It should present information that shows the relative costs of pursuing more emissions reductions or a lower amount of emissions reductions.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rajab.
Thank you, sir. Let's go to RCJ. I think we have 45 minutes. Let's see. Maybe we'll take a break till 2:35. 7-minute break, 2:35, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Pittman. All right.
Hey, what are you doing? Oh, okay. You all are? Okay, cool. Let me know when you're headed home. Let me know when you're headed home.
Hey, Austin, you're not on mute.
Hey, thank you for that.
All right. Mr. Dittman, you're up. I got 45 minutes for you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley.
Good afternoon.
My name is Brandon Dittman, and for the record, I'm an attorney representing the town of Hayden and Routt County. I don't believe we've ever met, so it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to begin this discussion by having a conversation on the history of the just transition proceeding, especially as it relates to prior to this proceeding.
Okay.
And so just to kind of start this, is it true that Routt County, Hayden, Craig, and Moffett County and Morgan County were not participants in the 2021 ERP? Is that right?
That's correct.
And as I think you've testified earlier, at least to some of the parties, Routt County, Hayden, Craig, Moffett County, and Morgan County, they also were not part of the 2022 updated settlement agreement. Is that correct?
They were not, because they were not interveners in the case.
All right, thank you. And so just to kind of follow along with some of the things that happened, were Routt County, Hayden, Craig, Moffett County, or Morgan County a part of, or invited, or included as part of the Pueblo Innovations Energy Solution Advisory Committee process?
No, that was centered more on Pueblo, so they were not.
Yep. And there wasn't a similar process, right, for Routt County or Morgan County or Moffett County for that matter?
No, there wasn't a study focused on those issues in those areas. Okay. Of the similar nature. There may be other things happening there that I'm not fully aware of, but not similar, not the equivalent of the PIE SAC report.
Right, thank you. So I'm going to pull up your direct testimony, specifically on pages 45. It's Exhibit 101. And so down at the bottom there on lines 21 and 23, and then continuing kind of on the next page, you testify that the PISAC report supports conclusion of general applicability to all just transition communities. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And, it's a question that we have is, how does the company know that the conclusions of the PISAC report are applicable to all transition communities if, by your admission, it was focused on the Pueblo area?
Well, the modeling tools are broadly applicable because they're literally applying in the model. It's sort of geography indifferent, those credits, or I should say, it's geography indifferent within the state, but it applies those credits to those areas minus Moffett County. So it applies the credit to Routt County, Morgan County, and Pueblo County. So that modeling component is having the same effect in those areas. In the just transition areas that are not Pueblo. The development component follows from the modeling component, and the development component includes things like the carbon-free future development tool. Again, none of these are exclusively applicable to Pueblo. In fact, the modeling component has some things that are actually discouraging solar development in Pueblo, and that's not applicable to Hayden or Morgan County. And then the broader economic development piece is more generalized, but kind of reflects the company's intent to be helpful in terms of encouraging development that may be outside of a resource plan, really outside of our typical generation transmission development planning. So we don't see why it wouldn't be applicable to those areas as well as it is to Pueblo.
But to be clear, thank you for that. To be clear, the company never asked, other communities whether these components, were necessary for a just transition in those communities, did it?
Those three things, I don't know if we specifically asked those communities. I would say that I personally briefed the Northwest Colorado area once or twice in terms of their options for participating in the 2021 ERP process. I advised them on options such as intervention, amicus status, and filing comment letters into the proceeding.
And that really wasn't my question. My question was whether these specific things that you're proposing as part of the just transition plan, did you ask for input from the just transition communities other than Pueblo as to whether they were sufficient for their needs?
Well, we are in a phase 1 proceeding in which we advance these concepts in the phase 1 proceeding for those for other parties, and those communities now are parties, to opine on them here. That's why we're here.
But you didn't ask prior to, just to be clear for the record.
I don't think we asked specifically on these tools, no.
And then are you aware the position of the Routt County governments that, while the PISAC may be, useful for Pueblo, that as a locally driven solution is not necessarily appropriate for Routt County and for Hayden?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yes.
And, would you agree with me that transition communities, Moffat County, Routt County, Pueblo County, have varying levels of resources, such as land, water, solar and wind resources, access to electric and gas transmission? Would you agree with me there?
Sort of, they're not exactly the same in terms of resources that could lead to power plant development. Is that what you're asking?
Just generally resources, but certainly for power plant development as well.
Well, resources is a very broad term, so I'll answer in terms of power plant development. They are probably differently situated in different ways for power plant development.
Are the transition communities also differently situated for economic resources, like their internal staffs they have to do economic development, their debt loads, just the ability to take on economic development projects? I think that's a fair statement.
I don't have deep insight into that. I certainly would acknowledge that, say, the town of Hayden and town of Craig are smaller communities than Pueblo, so they may have less resources to apply to those problems.
I appreciate that. It is also true that, as I think has been highlighted in this case, that the different transition communities have, different preferences for replacement resources in their communities.
Yes, I am gleaning that from the testimonies of those communities.
All right, thank you. So now I want to turn to some of the company's specific just transition proposals, as you outline in your direct testimony. And we already have it up, so that's great. So on page 44, lines 20 through 22, you state, recognizing that a just transition for our host communities like Pueblo and Hayden will be a multi-cyclical and require years to effectuate. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And, this is just truly a question, what do you mean in this context by multi-cyclical?
I think it's generally referring to more than one ERP. It may take more than one ERP to really fully address that transition and the transition away from those resources in those communities. I recognize that.
In future ERPs, will there be additional community assistance payments considered, or is this the only time that will be considered?
We haven't contemplated that. Our position is that the community payments, which were agreed in the USA, the updated settlement agreement,
yeah,
are our proposed solution to that problem, and they were approved as such.
And in these future ERP proceedings, there will be no further kind of community benefits other than just selecting resources and the process for that, right?
We haven't contemplated that.
So beyond future ERP proceedings, are there any other known steps the company is going to take to help continue towards the path of just transition for host communities? Other types of proceedings, for example, known steps.
I think what we would need to see sort of the outcome of this proceeding, using our proposed tools or whatever tools the commission deems appropriate in its phase 1 decision, and see what comes out of it before we would commit to further next steps beyond this resource plan.
Okay, so nothing right now is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, nothing right now.
So right around this area on page 46, right below this, you describe the three kind of pieces of the transition plan: a modeling component, a development component, and a broader economic development component. Do you remember that testimony?
Yeah, I do.
Was the modeling benefit component included in the 2022 updated settlement agreement?
No, we proposed it later. Again, sort of learning from the PISAC process, the Pueblo Pueblo study and our modeling efforts, our modeling experiences. So it was proposed here in this phase one.
And was the proposal of driving loads into host communities, was that included in the 2022 updated settlement agreement?
No, I don't think that was really contemplated as much at that time.
So I want to focus a little bit more on these three different components and talk about how they might work out. So for that first one, the modeling benefit, even if that is approved as is proposed by the company, is there any guarantee that that will drive generation into host communities?
There's not a guarantee. We have reason to believe that it could drive some degree of attraction to those areas, but there's no guarantee.
And I think you testified earlier, at least, that in the company's last ERP solicitation, there were no generation proposed for Routt County or Hayden. Is that right?
That's right. We were only at that time we were only modeling the avoided tax payments, and that's one of the reasons we proposed this additional credit as part of that modeling credit approach.
And would you also agree with me that even if there's new generation driven by these modeling credits, there's no guarantee that these new generation facilities will generate the same level of property taxes as the existing facilities?
There's no guarantee of that, but the company commitment under the updated settlement agreement is for a degree of tax payments, even if generation resource is there and it doesn't generate sufficient doesn't generate the same level of tax payments as our commitment. We would continue to make that commitment, meeting the difference, if that makes sense.
Yeah, just for a period of years, right? And we'll get into that later. Yeah,
sure.
And is the reason why the new generation resources may not generate the same level of property tax, is that because of Senate Bill 21020?
You might have to summarize that bill for me.
Yeah, so this bill, if you will take my word for it, limits property taxes for renewable resources. And so I think the companies, you testifying and point your own testimony that these new resources may not generate the same level of property taxes. Is that right?
Yes, that particular law has made it a little bit more challenging to match those property tax resources because of that reduced level on certain resources.
So turning to another component that you discussed, can the company guarantee that it can drive loads into host communities as you propose?
No.
And would you guarantee? Can you also agree with me the company can't guarantee that workers displaced by the closure of Hayden Station or any of the other facilities that they will stay in Routt County or their host community? Can you guarantee that either?
No, guarantee is a strong word. We are trying to encourage positive, constructive development, but we cannot guarantee it.
And I appreciate that. So if we look at all these different components kind of together, would you agree with me that the only component of the company's just transition strategy that is a sure thing or guaranteed is the property tax backfill payments, which you guys call the community assistance payments? Is that right?
That is a commitment we made that we intend to keep.
And so I want to turn now to page 47 of this exhibit. And so in line 6, 9, and 14, you talk about the property tax tail / offset approach. And again, this is not trying to hide the ball. I'm just asking a question here. What does that mean? Because I don't think it was explained anywhere else in your testimony.
That means that I struggle to articulate this too. As we discussed, we offered to guarantee the tax payments that were estimated as structured under the updated settlement agreement. Within the modeling, if a project can offset some of that, then it benefits from that level of economic valuation or incentive in the model.
And so this is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll stop.
And is this different than the bonus credits that we talked about, which, give a bonus for additional job creation or property tax generation? Is this something additional, or is this another way of saying the same thing?
Now, I'm glad you asked. It's additional. So it's offsetting that property tax payment and providing that incentive toward a resource that can offset that tax credit payment. And then we apply the bonus credit.
And so I don't think there's any exact description of how that works. I mean, what does it look like, in the model? If you take the bonus credit discussion out of it, what does this piece look like? How does it work?
It looks like that unit is offsetting the $5 million. Let's just say it's $5 million for hypothetical. $5 million of tax credits to that community. That unit is favored by $5 million in that year in the model.
Okay. That
in
helps.
terms of its overall cost. Let's say if its overall revenue requirement as represented by its bid is $20 million or something like that, then it will look like $15 million in the model.
All right, thank you.
And if you have time with Mr. Landrum, he could probably explain that in more detail. But in essence, that's how it would look to the model.
All right, thank you.
And then you get the credit.
Seeking clarification on that one, that it wasn't really described in your testimony.
Okay, fair enough.
So a little bit further down, we're still talking about the modeling benefit on page 48. And then in lines 14, 15, so right below this, you talk about how the modeling benefit should drive projects within this resource acquisition period into just transition communities and provide some level of near-term property tax and workforce benefit. Can you describe how the company sees near-term under this assessment?
Yes. So the resource acquisition period of this case, I believe officially it's 2025 through 2031. I would expect more of the resources that are new to be mostly coming online in the years 2029, 30, and 31, possibly in 2028.
So near term, this means before 2031, is that right?
Yeah, that's how we're specifically referring to it here.
Okay. And so if your testimony is that, most of these resources are going to come on in 2029, 2028, 2030, 2031, it sounds like, is that beyond, does that mean that most of these resources, if they are cited in these communities at all, won't be cited until the 6-year period, at least for Routt County, has run out? And I know that was I phrased it in a wrong way, in a pretty complicated way, so maybe I'll rephrase.
Okay.
So if we take your definition of near term, does that mean that the resources that are driven towards the host communities may not show up in this RAP?
I'm sorry, I'm still lost on that one.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
I think I got where you're going. I'm ready to help. Sorry.
Yeah, and I know we kind of went a different direction. I was
Okay.
intending originally. That's why I'm kind of struggling here. But I mean, we already testified there's no guarantee that these generation facilities will show up during this resource acquisition period. Is that right?
Yes.
And at least with regards to Routt County, the community assistance payments that are for 6 years. Is that right?
6 years following the closure of the units, which is 2027 and 2028.
And so if 2026 and 2028, 6 years beyond that, we're looking at 33, right? And then 35. It would be the end of the community assistance payments. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the 6 calendar years following the closure years, I believe.
So did you check?
So it's Unit 2 closes in 2027, Unit 1 closes in 2028. So I believe it's the 6 calendar years following those closure dates.
Is there a possibility then that this modeling benefit will not drive resources towards at least Routt County, before the community assistance payments end?
I don't think so, because if it isn't, let's posit that it is in fact effective for your question in bringing a resource into that area based on the modeling credit. If that occurs, I believe that resource is online before the continued property tax payments, let's call them extended property tax payments, run out, because they wouldn't run out until 2033 and 2034 by my internal math here.
Right, but we already specified that there's no guarantee that they will. And so is there a possibility that these credits will run out before resources are driven towards these communities. And I think you testified to this too. We can look at it if you want.
I'm struggling to follow you. Sorry.
Okay. So can we turn to page 49? Lines 9 through 10. And so here you're testifying to that, at least for this one, the community assistance payments alone will not bring a just transition to transition communities. Is that right?
In lines 9 and 10?
Yes.
That's not exactly what that says. I guess I don't agree with what I heard as your paraphrase to lines.
Okay, that's fair, and I'm reading it right now. So will the modeling approach alone bring a just transition to communities?
We don't know.
And so is that different from your testimony, which says that it alone will not do that?
Objection, vague, misstates his testimony.
Okay, let's read from the testimony then. So in lines 12 through 14, it says the second component of our approach, however, recognize that relying on resources within the RAP to facilitate a just transition is insufficient. And so will the modeling benefit provide a just transition by itself?
It may not.
And similarly, will the payments to communities, the community assistance payments, will they provide a just transition to communities by themselves?
Probably not by themselves. The combination of the two, I just don't know.
Yeah, I think if you want to take time to read this entire paragraph, I think you're testifying that you need additional things on top of those two things as well. And I think if you want to look specifically at lines 16 through 19, I think.
Okay, I'm following you.
Yeah. And so is there testimony change that's going to be difficult to achieve a just transition with, these two pieces alone?
No, not really. It's just I think there's uncertainty in the outcome.
That's fair. I think that's fair. Okay. So I want to turn now to something you said on page 23 of your directed testimony. And specifically lines 30 and 31. And this kind of gets to something you said earlier, I think. And you state, we are all learning as the energy transition moves forward. And then you continue on page 24 to talk about policy objectives evolving and growing. Does that apply? Those statements apply about learning? Does it apply to all aspects of the energy transition or just some parts?
It's referring back to the objectives that are sort of laid out on pages 22 and 23, of which there are several. One is delivering a just transition.
And so the just transition for communities, it's part of that learning process. Is that right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. So now I want to talk specifically about the property tax backfill, or as the company refers to it, the community assistance payments. And can we look at table JWI D4, which is on page 54? There we go. The first question I have for you is, where did the company get its numbers for these average payments?
We calculated them from our tax department. We pay these taxes, so we estimated them, and I think this is estimated in those 6 years per unit that you and I discussed a minute ago. So it'd be to be looking at it in the future. I noticed a discrepancy where I believe Mr. Redmond's numbers were higher looking than these, I noticed.
Yep. And that kind of leads my next question. Is it possible that these numbers are incorrect?
It's possible, but I would say that we're looking at the number of the tax that we estimated we would pay. And I think Mr. Redmond's figures were based on current tax payments of the units. So there's a depreciation difference, I think, That's my hypothesis as I reviewed his testimony again. That the depreciation on the unit as these payments start up in 2028 and 2029 respectively versus the current year. He may have been looking at a recent tax year, say 2023 or 2024. I would expect the future years to be lower as the unit depreciates in value. And I think that's where our number difference comes from.
Okay, and I appreciate that. But if for whatever reason the company is wrong or someone has a wrong number here, would the company commit to using actual property tax numbers as established by the Routt County assessor at the time the unit is decommissioned?
We've committed to use the methodology that was approved in the updated settlement agreement.
Because maybe I'll rephrase this differently. These numbers are not final, right? You're going to update these whenever these units close. Is that right?
I'm not completely certain on that, actually. I mean, they are based on a value that depreciates between now and that year, and then a number that's depreciating over the subsequent 6 years. They're sort of proxying the taxes that would have been paid. I am not 100% certain on the accounting need to update those numbers or not as I sit here right now. I'm not quite sure what would change those values. Apologies for that.
Okay, so I'm talking a little more about how these numbers are calculated. And so on page, in your rebuttal testimony, if you can pull that one up, 117. And if we go to page 86. So in lines 13 and 14, you're talking about, oh, we're there yet? There we go. That the value of the community assistance payments replaces taxes that would have been paid if the generators had operated to the end of their book lives. Is that right?
I'm sorry, which lines are you looking at?
13 and 14.
Yes, that's right.
Is it not true that the company has assets in operation that are fully depreciated?
There may be some assets that are fully depreciated that operate.
And is it also not true that the 10 years of payments to Pueblo are less than what would have been paid had those generators operated to the end of their full book lives?
Can you restate the question?
Yeah, no worries. So Comanche station units were scheduled to be closed much, much later than 10 years.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's right.
And so is it not true then that, what the company is committing to paying to Pueblo is less than, what they would have got if they lived out their full book lives? Is that right?
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So
what we've committed here to Routt, just to extend that, is basically the exact equivalent if those units had gone in their full book lives.
But you just testified that they was different because in Pueblo it's not their full book lives; it's less.
Objection states his testimony.
Fair enough. And so I guess I just to put a point on this, is the method of calculation different than for Pueblo and Routt County? And one is being based on the book life and the other is not.
In Pueblo County, it's less than the book life. In Routt County, it is the book life, essentially.
So they're different, right?
Yeah, they're different. Routt County got more of its book life.
So a little bit lower in your rebuttal testimony on page 86. And specifically on line 16, you characterize the community assistance payments as a contingency plan. Is that right?
Yes.
And by contingency plan, do you mean that the investments, new generation, workers staying in the community, that all may not come? Is that what you mean by contingency?
Yes. So we're hopeful that it will occur. And these payments represent a commitment to help if it does not.
And if, in year 7 for Routt County and year 11 for Pueblo, these investments still hasn't come, is there another contingency for the lost property taxes?
There's nothing structured at this time, no.
Did the company consult an economic development expert when it designed the community assistance payments during the USA?
We consulted the Office of Just Transition and the other parties to that proceeding, and I would say the Office of Just Transition has something of an economic development or preservation role in that discussion.
But no one specifically that was an expert in economic development for municipalities and counties.
I'm thinking through, say, for instance, the background of Mr. Buchanan. I'm not recalling that very well. I'm not sure. I mean, we didn't explicitly go to an economic development consultant or SME outside of that range of conversants, but this was negotiated in that settlement, inclusive of the Office of Just Transition.
Thank you. So I think yesterday you testified to Ms. Canelio that Hayden has tax impacts from the closure of Hayden Station in excess of 50% of their tax base. Is that still your testimony?
Yeah, I believe that's true. I believe I've seen that in tax records.
And would you agree with the testimony of Commissioner Redmond that losing 50% of your funding stream is an existential threat to the taxing district?
I can understand how that's challenging for a tax district and a community leader, certainly.
And did you review at all the testimony of Routt County witness Matthew Mendisco?
I did.
And did you read the parts of his testimony about what would need to be replaced in terms of assessed value to make up for the loss of Hayden Station?
Which part of that specifically? I remember something about a sort of the square footage of a commercial area that might be replacement tax value. Is that what you're referring to?
That's right. And, we can bring up the exhibit or I can just tell you and subject to check what those numbers are so we don't take too much time.
Sure.
But he says that you will need to attract 891,000 square feet of new commercial property value. It says at $267 million in order to replace the loss from Hayden Station and also from the 20 Mile Mine. Do you remember that generally?
I do generally.
Has the company done any sort of analysis or assessment on whether this level of growth is possible in Hayden or Routt County within 6 years?
No, not specifically. That's a broader economic development question that I think is a little bit beyond the role of the company.
But to be clear, no assessment was really performed on economic development capabilities of Hayden or Routt County.
No.
Just a few more questions for you, I think. And I want to turn to a couple points you made in your rebuttal testimony to respond directly to Routt County witnesses. And so page 87 of the rebuttal, which you already have up, if you don't mind. There we go. And here you're talking about Commissioner Redmond's testimony and specifically second and fourth recommendations about real property dedications and environmental remediation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you mentioned during this testimony about, having bilateral meetings with the Routt County governments. Do you remember that as well?
Yes.
Have these meetings been scheduled with the Routt County governments?
Not to my knowledge, but we certainly wouldn't refuse them.
And so would you commit then to have these meetings following this proceeding?
Yes.
And I think earlier, in fact, I think it was yesterday, you testified that you were generally familiar with the tri-state settlement and their ERP proceedings. Is that right?
At a high level, yes.
That's fair. Yeah. Are you aware, as part of that settlement, tri-state committed the dedication of property to Craig and Moffett counties?
I learned that from Mr. Redmond's testimony.
And excuse me, I'm kind of losing my voice a little bit.
Okay.
Are you aware that settlement also has community assistance payments, as you would call them, property backfill payments for 10 years?
Yes.
And are you also aware that settlement, in addition to those community assistance payments for property tax, has economic development payments that go beyond that?
Beyond in terms of additional dollars?
They're on top of, yeah.
Yes, I agree.
And I know you just made a commitment to this, but absent a directive from the commission to have bilateral meetings with Routt County governments on the dedications that we are requesting. Is there any obligation to have those meetings absent a directive from the commission? Are you legally required to have those meetings with?
I don't know that we. I was just thinking across a few processes. I don't know that we're legally required to do that. Hayden has been a power plant we've operated and owned. Well, we've operated it, I believe, since the mid-'80s. We acquired that plant. We've been in that community a long time, so I don't think we're legally required to do that. I'd fully expect that we'd be willing to do that, and I would commit to requesting the company reaching out to Routt County on this. I think there's some good discussions in Mr. Redmond's testimony.
So another proposal, Commissioner Redmond, also Matthew Mediska, you talk about later on, specifically on page 88 and lines 1 and 2. And this concerns the geothermal facility that the Routt County governments would like to see in their community. And you say if there's a commission interest in a standalone proposal for a geothermal generation in Routt County, that's something the company is willing to explore. Can you help me understand what the process would look like for a standalone proposal for a geothermal unit in Routt County?
Yes, good question. The reason that we're talking about a standalone proposal is that it may or may not fit in our conventional resource plan. And by that, I mean that the resource acquisition period that ends here, for instance, that ends here in 2031 may or may not be sufficiently long for a geothermal unit to come online. But we don't want that to be a reason why it's discarded as a concept. And so we proposed the carbon-free future development framework as one way that could be advanced. And another way that it could be advanced is basically a standalone application, the application process at the commission. It's generally the commission has preferred to have resources considered in a resource plan, and that makes a lot of sense. It's just that the resource plan with this cyclical nature and its particular period of time may not be the best way to facilitate resources like this. So I think we're saying that we'd be willing to look at this as a standalone proposal, which might be outside of the resource planning process.
And so if the commission said go forth and do that as part of this decision, you'd be interested in pursuing that, it sounds like.
Yes, and I would say that I would encourage the commission to strongly consider the carbon-free future development pathway that we've proposed in this case as one way to do that as well.
So in addition to as a standalone proceeding, but the carbon-free future fund and also a standalone proceeding, is that right?
Well, I'm not committing to a standalone proceeding right now. I'd say we're sort of assessing the interest in something like that. That could be one pathway, and the carbon-free future development could be another pathway.
Thank you for that. So
I think we've learned some recent developments about geothermal explorations that Mr. Tomjanovich might be able to share with the commission as well.
Also, Mrs. Canilio, you testified about making community assistance payments on an ownership proportional basis. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is it the company's position that if it is only responsible for proportionate ownership share, then it has a responsibility to ensure that other minority owners contribute to the just transition?
No, I don't think that is our position. I think that's an interesting question as to who is responsible for that.
And so if the company's not responsible for the other minority owners, is there any recourse for transition communities against, those other minority owners, as you understand it?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Can you rephrase, Mr. Denman?
Yep. Are you aware of any way that minority owners can contribute to the just transition of transition communities?
I'm not aware that they've been asked by the transition communities.
If they were, do you know if they have any obligation?
I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Riley. I think that's my last question. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Denman.
Thank you. I have HAWC 20 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Mr. Eiley. Michael Foote representing Healthy Air and Water Colorado.
Good afternoon, Mr. Foote. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. And I'm happy to say I'll be teeing up some new topics we haven't covered quite yet. So we'll be talking about a few different things that maybe is about as exciting as it can get in cross-examination. So first of all, over the course of this proceeding, you've reviewed the answer testimonies of Healthy Air and Water Colorado witnesses, Dr. James Crooks and Alex Boyan.
Portions of those testimonies and the summaries of recommendations.
Okay. And the same question goes for Mr. Boyan's cross-answer testimony. You reviewed it, or at least some portions of it?
I don't believe I've reviewed that cross-answer. No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the recommendation from Healthy Air and Water Colorado for the regarding mapping in phase 2 for the ozone non-attainment area?
I don't know if I am aware of that. I'm sorry. I was more aware of the PM 2.5 request, so apologies. I may not know this one.
Okay. Would you like to take a second to refresh your memory about that particular proposal?
I don't know where I'm refreshing my memory from, Mr. Foote. Or can you point something to me here?
Sure. If we
I
can
don't have their testimony in front of me.
Okay. Well, if it's okay, we can pull up hearing exhibit 1402, page 3. Actually, let's go to page 5. I apologize, starting on line 3. Did you want to take a moment to read over that, Mr. Eiley?
Just as Q&A, is that right?
Correct. Starting on line 3, going to line 17.
Okay. And is this just for clarity, is this did this recommendation appear in cross answer or was it earlier in the case? Apologies, I didn't follow this one.
Cross answer.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I've read it. I don't know if I fully understand the recommendation, but
Okay.
proceed.
Great. So I guess maybe to try to summarize it, it was basically that the company should create a mapping overlay showing any new generation from its preferred portfolio that would be built within the Denver Metro Northern Front Range ozone non-attainment area. Does that ring a bell or refresh your memory on that?
So that would be, for instance, new power plants that are emitting power plants, a map of that versus the non-attainment area. Is that right?
Right. So similar to what the company did in phase 2 of the ERP CEP with disproportionately impacted communities. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And just a mapping of proposed facilities that would be within DICs in that particular part of the proceeding, doing the same thing for the non-attainment area in phase 2 of this proceeding.
Okay.
Would the company support that?
Can you tell me, did Mr. Landrum address this? I know he addressed some of HAWC's requests.
No, this hasn't been addressed in any rebuttal testimony or.
Yeah, so I apologize. I mean, there are 53 pieces of testimony and hundreds of recommendations. So some of these we didn't directly address. I don't know, Mr. Foote. I would encourage you to put this in your statement of position. It sounds like it could be potentially workable to do this. I just don't know if I want to commit that right here.
Okay. No, I understand there's many recommendations, and that's why I'm asking about it now.
Sure. Which is fair. And again, I think my answer is I'd encourage you to place this into your statement of position and we'll see where things go.
Right. Okay, so I guess going back to the mapping overlay that occurred in the phase 2 of the ERP CEP for disproportionately impacted communities. Do you think that that provided useful information to parties in the commission?
I'm sure it wasn't, didn't hurt anything. And I'm trying to remember that. So can you remind me, did that appear in our 120-day report materials?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think it's a decent exercise for us to have done that, the DIC overlay, with these plants. So yeah, I think that's probably generally useful.
And I recognize that you're.
I'm sorry, I was talking over you and rambling. But I was just going to add, given the statutory emphasis on DI communities, it made sense to me.
Okay. I understand that you're not interested in, you don't want to commit to the position of the company at this point, but do you, as you sit there, do you see any potential issues with doing the same thing for a mapping overlay for facilities in the ozone non-attainment area?
Not that I'm aware of. I just want to check, say, with our mapping department.
Understood.
And probably Mr. Landrum, I suspect that he was closer to the production of the DI community map. So that might be a good question. I don't know if you have time with Mr. Landrum.
I do.
Okay, that might be a good question for him because his department tends to put together a lot of these materials in collaboration with my department. So
Okay, understood.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So moving on to a little different of a topic, but going back to the answer testimonies from Healthy Air and Water Colorado, you'll recall one of the main topics addressed in those testimonies related to analyzing the health impacts of different types of new generation facilities, right?
Yes, generally.
Okay. And the premise of studying impacts is that different kinds of power generation, like, for example, gas-fired plants versus a solar farm, they produce different amounts of emissions and therefore health impacts. You would agree with that premise, right?
That's my understanding.
And I guess to put a finer point on it, fossil fuel generation, like from gas plants, produces emissions that cause adverse health impacts, whereas power generation from, say, a solar farm does not cause those adverse health impacts. Does that sound right to you?
Well, on the first statement, there's a set of state and federal regulations that are intended to protect public health. And so in my opinion, if a permit is granted, those risks or impacts on health have been professionally managed through the permitting process.
Okay, managed but not eliminated. Right.
It's difficult to eliminate all risk. So not eliminated.
Yeah, I guess I get what you're saying there, but when let's just go back to permitting a gas plant, even though the gas plant receives a permit, it still emits things like carbon dioxide and other emissions that could impact health, right?
Could impact, yes.
Okay. It's the case that currently the company does not engage in any kind of health impacts analysis related to its power generation facilities, right?
I don't know if I would say that. When we're doing the siting evaluation and the air quality modeling to obtain an environmental permit, I think those factors are considered. It may not be considered directly here at the Public Utilities Commission, but it is those sorts of things are considered, and in some cases in some detail, at the permitting process, which is handled more by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment.
Well, how are they considered at that level?
Well, we do air modeling of a proposed power plant. There's monitoring set up. There's modeling that's contracted. Sometimes we spend millions of dollars on air modeling that's submitted to the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And that is the agency that will issue an air permit to operate a power plant or another emitting facility as required. If the permit's required, there's an entirely separate process there that, to my knowledge, tends to take 9, 12, sometimes 18 months to do. I'm not deeply involved in that anymore, but it's a fairly involved process.
Okay, but nothing about what the health impacts could be downstream emitted by that particular facility that you're trying to get permitted, though, right?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Sure. So just to re-ask it a different way, there's nothing in the kind of analysis or modeling that you do currently that would say, if this facility is built and these emissions are emitted, it will lead to a certain amount of cardiovascular problems or a certain amount of health costs as a result of those emissions. Is that fair?
I don't think it is. I think that process is considering the emissions and the location of those emissions and considering factors such as that in whether it grants a permit.
Okay, so I guess it sounds like what you're saying is that the company does consider the health impacts of various locations that it's considering when it comes to building new generation facilities.
Right. We're required again to model the air pollutants that are emitted at certain locations, and that is considered in the process that CDPHE regulates in how they issue an air permit. So there is site-specific analysis related to specific pollutants or emissions at certain locations and the amounts of those emissions, and that's considered in that permitting process.
Okay, so turning back to the ozone non-attainment area, and by the way, I guess I should have asked this before. I think I know the answer, but you're
Okay.
familiar with the Denver Metro North Front Range ozone non-attainment area, right?
Yes, I served on the Regional Air Quality Council for 6 years.
Great. Okay, so you know very well that the ozone non-attainment area is a 9-county area stretching from Douglas through Larimer counties along the Front Range, where ground level ozone often exceeds federal limits.
That's true.
And I don't recall when you served on the RAC, but I'm assuming that we were out of compliance at the time you were serving on the RAC. Is that fair to say?
I believe most of the time we were out of compliance. Yes.
And when, just out of curiosity, when did that go back to? When did you serve on the RAC?
It was about 2012 to 2018.
Okay.
Roughly.
And so you'll probably recall that the exceedances that occur, they occur most often during the summer, sometimes as many as 30 to 40 days during those summer months, right?
I'll agree during the summer. I don't know if I know the number offhand, but I wouldn't. That sounds about right.
Okay. So again, you're well aware the cause of ground level ozone is the combination of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds plus sunlight.
That's about exactly how I would have stated it. So yes, I agree.
Okay. And probably fair to say we have a fair amount of all of those things here in the Denver metro area, at least.
Yeah, in a sort of not non-ideal geography, it seems. There seems to be a certain air pattern that allows these things to continue to happen.
And just to make it, I guess, a little easier, so I don't have to pronounce these things in long form, but nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds are also known as NOx and VOCs, right?
Yes.
So you indicated earlier in your cross-examination answers with the Environmental Justice Coalition that emissions of NOx from gas plants are comparable to emissions of NOx from a coal plant. Do you recall saying that?
I do. It depends a lot on the specific plant. I believe current gas plants on a parts per million basis are roughly equivalent to coal plants, but I think it's critical to note that especially CTs, they tend to operate at pretty low levels of capacity factor. So a coal plant's going to run for half a year, 50%, 60, 70, 80%. A CT is probably going to run 2%, 5%, 10%. So on a parts per million basis, roughly equivalent. On an annual basis, very much not so. Much less on a gas CT, for instance.
So we'll use the parts per million comparison though, just to be fair about that. And so,
well, I may differ with you on that, but please proceed.
Oh no, tell me how you disagree.
Because I think the annual limits are very much relevant. So I'll listen carefully to your questions.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that I'm getting it right based on your answer. So you're saying that annual limits you think they're comparable, but parts per million they're not comparable.
No, that's not what I said. I'm saying I may want to qualify my answer on either, depending on the question.
Okay. Well, so the question is from a NOx emissions perspective, there's not really much of an improvement between putting in a gas plant and putting in a coal plant.
I
What would
really
be your
disagree with that.
You would disagree. Okay.
Yes,
And why would
strongly.
you disagree?
Because the gas plant's going to run an awful lot less. It may run, again, probably, let's just use specific numbers, 5% capacity factor. A coal plant may run 70 to 80% capacity factor. That means, to be clear, that the coal plant might run 14 to 16 times as much as the gas plant. So if the parts per million are equivalent, the tons per year, probably about 14, 15, or 16 times less on the gas plant. So I
Okay.
strongly disagree with what you said.
So, well, what about this? I mean, would you at least agree that putting in a new gas plant in the non-attainment area would contribute to the formation of ground level ozone in that non-attainment area?
If it's done in replacement or at a site of where a coal plant was moving out, or even an older gas plant potentially, it would be potentially a lot less on a net basis.
Okay. But let's flip that around and say that that's not the case, where it's a new gas plant and it was not replacing an old gas plant or a coal plant. Then in that case, wouldn't it be the case that the NOx emitted and the VOCs emitted from that gas plant would negatively contribute to ground level ozone in the non-attainment area?
It would contribute emissions in the non-attainment area as compared to nothing else there, or perhaps a non-emitting facility.
Okay. And it sounds like also based on your prior knowledge and service on the rack, you know the impacts of excessive ground level ozone to human health include cardiovascular issues, both acute and chronic, right?
Yes, they can at elevated levels, yes.
Acute symptoms could include chest pains, breathing difficulties, more frequent asthma attacks, those kinds of things.
Yes.
And chronic symptoms could include lung and cardiovascular disease and even premature mortality.
Yes.
And you would, just to kind of confirm this, you would agree that the Denver Metro North Front Range ozone non-attainment area currently exceeds federal ground level ozone limits multiple times a year.
I'm about 98% sure that's true at this point, yes.
Okay. So I guess you would agree this is an important concern related to energy generation, wouldn't you?
What is in specifics?
The emission of NOx from power plants within the non-attainment area?
Yes, the emissions of NOx that are being reduced by plants retiring, as well as potentially additional emissions from new plants.
And it's the case, though, that the company hardly addressed this at all in its testimony. Is that fair to say? You addressed it one time in your testimony, and that's it. Do you recall that?
It's addressed to some degree in Mr. Landrum's testimony, but maybe not the specific issue that you're getting at.
Okay. So you're not sure if testimony addressed something about the importance of avoiding placing new sources of NOx and VOC emissions within the ozone non-attainment area?
I don't know if we had much detail on that, no.
Okay.
And it's, again, I would say it's largely because that's a regulatory process that is largely governed by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment.
Well, so let me ask you a little bit about that. So you talked about the CDPHE, but the CDPHE doesn't determine where the new gas plants will be located in the first place, right? That's within the purview of this commission.
Yeah, that's fair.
And CDPHE just approves the air permits for gas plants the commission already approved you could build, right?
Generally, I think in some cases, one may seek a permit even if it's not approved yet. But I sort of agree with you that they're not determining the locations of plants. They're more determining if something could be located at a place where it's proposed.
Okay. And are you aware of any time the CDPHE has actually denied a construction permit or an air pollution emission notice?
I am not, but would be surprised if they have never done that.
But you're probably aware that despite all the permits considered by the CDPHE and the process that you described earlier, we still have dangerous ozone levels in the non-attainment area, right?
We have ground level ozone that exceeds the national standards, the national ambient air quality standards at times.
So I guess there would seem to be a role for other state agencies in reducing ground level ozone, wouldn't there be? Like, for example, this commission in deciding whether or not to approve locations for new gas plants in the non-attainment area?
I would posit, based on my rack experience, that it's probably more about some of the other sources. There are lots of other sources that are contributing a lot more NOx and a lot more VOCs at this point than the power sector. So I think that's where the state is looking. It needs to look to continue to make progress on the ground level ozone issue.
Oh, okay. I mean, so you're not saying that power generation has nothing to do with it. You just think that other sources have more to do with it.
Yes.
Okay.
I do. And I think that's numerically demonstrable from the inventories that I last saw.
So to your knowledge, the company has never really considered the ozone non-attainment area when deciding where to build new generation resources, though, right?
I'd say we've definitely considered it as we thought about retrofits and some of the retirements. I remember consideration on this. This goes back a ways to the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act, which was a program that achieved substantial NOx reductions in the urban area, stemming from both retirements of coal plants as well as some replacement of those units and some, replacement of coal plants with natural gas units, and then also fitting some of those units with emissions control. So it was, in terms of like a retirement decision or retrofit decisions, that was strongly looked at. In terms of new power plant decisions, I kind of, again, go back to the idea that the numbers here are much, much smaller on these more sophisticated, newer units, and it's been less of a factor. And I'm not trying to say this commission has no interest or no purview over that. I would say from the company's perspective, it's more of a factor in terms of our ability to get a permit from the state, and it's held a little bit more or less equal in our resource plan process.
Well, then would the company be opposed then to doing some kind of analysis like what you spell out here and when we get to the phase 2 of this proceeding?
What kind of analysis?
About the impact that a new gas plant would have if one was proposed within the ozone non-attainment area.
I think we probably would oppose that because, again, the state environmental permitting process should handle that. And I cannot really envision how that could be done within that relatively rapid phase 2 process. I struggle to see how that could be accomplished.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Eiley. That's all the questions that I have.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. WRA sweep 40 minutes. 40 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Broso.
And for the record, my name is Parks Broso, and I'm representing WRA and sweep in this proceeding. Mr. Eiley, I don't know if there's a record for time spent on the stand by a single witness, but I'm sure you're getting close to that.
I wonder what the prize is.
It's like
the
Hunger
prize
Games.
indeed.
The prize is survival.
Gray hair.
So to begin, Mr. Eiley, in your rebuttal testimony, you identified 3 problem statements. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the 3 is demand.
Yes.
And for that demand problem statement, you identified the uncertainty of load growth, the challenge of capturing the benefits of load growth, and the risk of potential system overbuilds to serve forecasted load that does not materialize.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Great. And I'd like to discuss those issues in more detail with you here. Starting at a high level, are you familiar with the October 8th, 2024 letter from Governor Polis encouraging an all-of-government approach to beneficial electrification?
I am.
And you can tell me if you'd like to pull that letter up on the screen, but I'm hoping to stay at a high level here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Eiley, that letter is framed around advancing beneficial electrification, but would you agree that the letter discusses industrial electrification, oil and gas electrification, building and transportation electrification, and unanticipated potential loads like data centers.
Maybe I would prefer you pull up the letter because I'd rather not paraphrase.
Sure, if we could pull up what is hearing exhibit 400, attachment KMH-6.
Sorry, it's just taking a minute to open.
Not a problem. Great, thank you. And there's not a concise place in this letter where it gives you that list I just spelled out, Mr. Eiley, but for example, if we scroll to page 3, at the bottom of that page, the letter references data centers. In that last paragraph there.
It does reference data centers.
And I guess just so we're clear on terminology here, would you agree that beneficial electrification, that term as it's commonly used, refers to converting an end use from a non-electric fuel source to an electric fuel source, or avoiding the use of a non-electric fuel source in the first instance?
I would tend to agree with you on that. And I think there are actually further statutory parameters around the use of that term in certain places in Colorado statute. But I do tend to agree with you on that usage.
Thank you. And under that definition and usage, then would load growth from a data center qualify as beneficial electrification?
I don't know if it qualifies under Colorado statute, but I think it could be beneficial in terms of bringing revenue to the system to cover the cost of fixed assets.
But in terms of that general definition we were just discussing, converting an end use from a non-electric fuel source to electric, load growth from a data center is not within that bucket of definition of beneficial electrification.
Maybe I'm struggling with the definition upon further thought here. But again, I think it can have the benefit of bringing revenue to the system to cover the cost of fixed assets. And that benefit could be pretty substantial depending on how this works out.
Okay, and we'll discuss that in a little bit. And just turning back to this letter.
But I'm not trying to be difficult, but is it, if it's switching, it's not necessarily, I don't think we're switching from a diesel fired data center to a electrically powered data center. So it's not switching from a fossil use to a electric use necessarily. It's a new electric use.
Right. Okay. I appreciate that. I'm not trying to trick you.
I think I'm disagreeing with you more in term than concept. Let me put it that way.
Okay. On this letter that we're looking at on the screen, is it your understanding that this letter has the force of law?
No.
And in contrast, Colorado's emission reduction targets, they do have the force of law. Is that right?
They're statute of the General Assembly.
Right. So for example, the requirement to reduce emissions 80% by 2030, that's a legally binding requirement.
It is, I guess maybe this is an administrative directive to the state agencies. I guess that's not law. It is a directive of the governor to his administrative branch. It's not statute, but it's a directive, is how I take that.
Okay. And I think you were teeing this up in your definition of beneficial, but in your testimony, Mr. Eiley, you pointed to the potential for, potential for benefits to customers from load growth attributable to large load. Do you remember that?
Are you paraphrasing or is it a specific?
that's just a paraphrase.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with your paraphrase. When we looked at especially the long-term rate forecast, we saw some real benefits there, potential benefits.
And paraphrasing again, I think this came up earlier in your conversation. It may have been with Mr. Rushoff, but one of the company's positions is that new large loads are expected to put downward pressure on rates.
Yes.
And like you mentioned previously, that statement was made in part based on the long-term rate forecast.
Yes.
And you referenced this testimony in rebuttal, so I assume you're familiar with it at a high level, but did you review WRA and Sweep witness Mr. Iden's answer testimony?
At a high level.
Great. If we could go ahead and pull that up, I'd like to focus on Mr. Iden's discussion of that long-term rate forecast. That's hearing exhibit 1301. I'm looking for page 46 once we get there. Thank you. And so it's cut off here, but this is figure AE4 in Mr. Iden's testimony. And if we could scroll down just a little bit, please. But still keeping the chart in view. Thank you. And so, Mr. Eiley, if you'd like to just take a second to review this.
Yeah, thank you.
And while you're reviewing, if you're okay with multitasking, listening, and reading, I'll represent to you that Mr. Iden created sensitivities to assess the rate impacts if some amount of load less than 100% of forecasted large load were to materialize.
Okay. I've read the section.
Great, thank you. And so you see here in this table that it shows the results of assuming that 80% of projected large loads materialize, 60% materialize, and so on.
Yes, with the, sorry. I would actually like to see the bottom of the text there. Apologies. With the important factor maintained that the system is built out under the current base case load forecast. So I presume what he means by that is the same capital investments are made, and he's testing that against lower amounts of large loads coming onto the system.
That's exactly correct. So this is looking at
okay,
the rate impacts if the system were built out under the base case forecast, but less load growth or less large load materializes than expected.
Right.
And do you see here that under this analysis and those assumptions, Mr. Iden found that if less than 100% of projected loads materialize, but all else is held equal, cost per kilowatt hour increase anywhere between 7% to 24% by 2031.
So the rates are increasing relative to our base case. I would expect that to be true because the denominator of the rate is energy sales. So I see that.
Great. And Mr. Riley, I'm not asking you to agree with this analysis that you're looking at here, but would you agree with the proposition that if large loads do not materialize at the level forecast, there are real cost risks to existing customers?
Potentially, and that's exactly why we proposed the framework that came through in our rebuttal and then subsequently in the tri-party framework to address those risks and still try to capitalize on the opportunities.
And so you would agree then that the commission should be thinking about how to mitigate those risks when it's reviewing the many proposals in this proceeding, including that phase 2 framework?
Yes, I'm sure they will.
And would you agree that the commission should also be thinking about how to mitigate those risks when it ultimately approves a load forecast in this proceeding?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons that we modified the load forecast.
Great. We can pull this exhibit down now. Thank you, Mr. Eiley. And I think that's the last and only time I'll ask you to read WRA and Sweep's testimony on the stand here. I'd like to spend the rest of our time discussing that phase 2 framework.
Okay.
And you discussed some of this with counsel for the Energy Office, so I'll try to avoid being repetitive here. But really would like to game out a few scenarios with you, and I think you'd agree that with this phase 2 framework, we're entering a bit of an uncharted territory in terms of resource planning processes here in Colorado.
I would agree that we are changing the framework and evolving it to current conditions, current and foreseeable conditions.
And just so we're clear on what to focus on, is it fair to say that the company's latest proposal on that phase 2 framework is effectively a combination of the company's rebuttal case and what was provided as attachment SJD9?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question? I'm just thinking about the differences between those.
Yeah, in other words, there's attachment SJD9, which
Yes.
updates some parts of your rebuttal testimony, but it
Yes.
also references back to your rebuttal testimony, to the company's rebuttal case.
That is fair.
And so when we think about the phase 2 framework, it's a combination of that document and the company's rebuttal case.
I think that's fair, and I would probably add the nuance that in some cases SJD9 controls, because there are some refinements that changed what we had in our rebuttal case.
Okay. And I think we'll spend the bulk of our time here discussing the incremental need pool, or the INP.
Okay.
And again, just to understand where we are, is it fair to think about the INP as the evolution of the PCDA and the backup bid pool?
I think that's a very good way to think about it.
And the INP is, in effect, a way to seek commission approval and activation of select generation projects between RFP cycles.
Yes.
And you discussed this with counsel for the Energy Office, but the INP would be used primarily for 2 purposes. Number 1, to replace a failed bid, and number 2, to meet energy and capacity needs for a new large load customer.
Yes.
Great. And let's focus on that second category, meeting the energy and capacity needs for a new large load customer. Is it accurate, Mr. Eiley, that a large load customer of any size could activate the INP?
I believe that there's actually a minimum threshold, and I don't know if we have it expressed here, but that the very minimum threshold would be 1 megawatt technically. But I don't think that we would go through this process until we got something that really required a new resource. And the process does make a distinction at greater than 100 megawatts or less than 100 megawatts. So it's a bit of a, it's frankly on the company as to when above 100 megawatts, I think it's pretty clear we would do this. Below 100 megawatts, it's somewhat on the judgment of the company, looking at its current load and resource position, the available resources as to whether or not to bring forward or activate, if you will, the incremental need pool.
Okay, that is helpful, and I think you're getting to my next question here, which is if you can share any more specifics on how the company would group, for lack of a better word, energy and capacity need requests from multiple new large load customers.
There's not a lot more specified, and I think it's going to have to be case specific as far as the triggering event. So do you maybe want to, are you thinking about below 100 megawatts or above 100 megawatts or both?
I think both, and I have a few other questions maybe to tease this out.
Okay.
So in other words, if you have multiple large load customers who are reaching the probability threshold between RFP cycles, is there a point in time at which the company would decide to activate the INP?
Yes. there's not a specified point in time. I think it depends on what that load need is, how big it is, when it's needed, and how our load and resource table is, how that is situated at that time. And we would make a judgment as to when to bring forward a notification triggering the INP.
Okay. So let's imagine a scenario where the company's triggering or activating the INP more than once between RFP cycles.
Okay.
And the load each time is less than 100 megawatts.
Okay.
And if the company were to take that approach, would you agree that it would be activating relatively smaller bids on a capacity basis than if it had waited to group a larger amount of load requests together?
I think that's possible, yes. Let's say it's an 80 megawatt load that we've recognized and decided to activate the INP. We would have to look at the available pool of resources and see what's the most appropriate fit for that. I could envision bringing more than 80 megawatts forward, again, depending on how our load and resource table looks at that time. And we would have to make that argument in that process, that review process that we've proposed.
And speaking of that resource pool, would you agree or would you expect that there would be economies of scale to activating a higher capacity total number of bids all at once rather than activating smaller capacities of bids multiple times?
I think potentially, when you say like economies of scale with the process or the resources themselves, does that make sense?
I'm asking about the latter. So in terms of total cost of new generation, is it possible or is it likely that that cost would be less if you're activating the INP once for a larger total need than multiple times where you're activating
as a general matter? I'm sorry.
Apologies.
As a general matter, I do subscribe to the economies of scale school of thought, but with a very big caveat that I don't know what the phase 2 bids will look like. So I could envision an 80 megawatt solar facility with a lower bid price than a 120 megawatt solar facility. It just depends on that specific project and whatever economics that project has in terms of a bid price. But there could, I'm going to agree with you that there could be. I just don't know. I don't know if I can gauge the likelihood without having bids yet in this phase 2 process. There could be economies of scale of aggregating load needs together and activating them together.
Okay, that's fair. I think what we're saying here is it's hard to predict exactly how or how often the INP is going to be activated and what the pool of bids is going to look like before we go into phase 2.
Hard to predict, possibly. Hard to envision. I don't think so. It's, we're looking at a 12 to 24 month process before we go back into a regular RFP. I can't imagine there will be many of these events. I'm anticipating a handful, probably triggered by a couple of discrete large loads, or actually very likely to be just triggered by a discrete bid failure or 2 or 3. I think that's quite likely to happen. So I think we're talking about a handful of events here.
Okay.
Short time frame, but I can't predict that with total certainty. I agree with you there.
Thank you. So Mr. Riley, I'm looking at SJD 9 now, and if it's helpful, we can pull that up on the screen. I know there's an attractive chart in there. And on page 4, I'll wait till it's up on the screen.
I have it here, but we can either way.
All right, so here in the discussion of, I think it's in the activation process, this describes that there will be a brief alternatives analysis when the INP is activated. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you I couldn't find the answer to this anywhere. Could you just explain what that alternatives analysis would include?
I think in the context of this, let's call it an expedited review process, I think it's going to be a qualitative discussion about what the alternatives could be to the activation of the pool, or the use of that particular set of resources advanced under this process. I think it's going to be a qualitative discussion of alternatives.
That is helpful, thank you. So in other words, the commission would not be presented with multiple INP portfolios to consider.
I don't think so. I don't know if I want to completely rule that out. But I think our intent would be to bring one portfolio resource or group of resources forward as a primary or only proposal under the INP. I don't envision this looking like a mini RFP with 6 portfolios or something like that. I would envision this as triggering 1 or 2 resources for approval. Really, I mean, I think it may seem kind of, new, but it looks a lot to me like our backup bid replacement process, which hasn't been that controversial.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Riley. In this activation process, and here we're still talking about just the second category, it being activated for new large loads. Under this SJD9 framework, the company would only provide an emissions verification workbook if the load ramp is greater than 100 megawatts during the wrap. Is that right?
That was what we structured here in SJD9.
And just to clarify, that load ramp, is that going through the wrap through 2030 or the wrap through 2033?
Oh, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So what I see here is that if there's a load ramp greater than 100 megawatts during the wrap,
Yes.
the company will provide an emissions verification workbook. And
yes.
the question is, 100 megawatts during the wrap, does that refer to 100 megawatts through 2030 or 100 megawatts through 2033?
Yeah, it's described as the relevant wrap. So, again, going back to our graphic map here, I believe for the incremental need pool usage in the first gray box, which is on page 1 of this, that would be the relevant wrap that extends through 2031. For the second incremental need pool, the second gray box on that graphic, that would be for the resource acquisition period through 2033.
Okay, thank you. And 2031, not 2030. My apologies.
No problem.
So under that approach, if the project or the group of projects have a collective load ramp of 99 megawatts, for example, no emissions workbook would be provided.
Under this, yeah, as structured here, that's true.
And can you've talked about how you'd envision this being the activation of 1 or 2 resources. Could you explain what composition of resources you would expect to acquire or activate for 99 megawatts of new large customer load?
I think my answer will resemble the answer I gave for when we would activate the pool. It will depend on the size of the load, the type of the load, the L&R position at the time, and the resources available, and we will make a judgment on that as far as what resources to bring forward. That said, we're going to be mindful of emissions, yes, affordability and reliability on the system. We'll be conscious about what resource that we think would be advanced, and it would be parties, including WRA, would have the opportunity to comment on what was brought forward, and the commission would get a vote on it.
And so I know you'll agree that it's going to be a case-by-case basis, but as an example, does it sound right to you if I represent that in the company's 2021 ERP, where it presented a prospective new load scenario in phase 2, it proposed a portfolio of resources with 170 megawatts of nameplate capacity to meet 300 megawatts of prospective load.
Can you restate that? I'm not sure I've followed all that. Apologies. Or
Of
just
course.
repeat it.
In the company's 2021 ERP,
Okay.
in its phase 2 implementation report, there was a prospective new load scenario. And as part of that scenario, the company had proposed a portfolio of resources with 870 megawatts nameplate capacity to meet what was 300 megawatts of prospective load.
I'm apologies, but I'm not following that part of the I'm just not recalling that part of the process, and probably I should be.
That's all right. And if it's helpful, we can pull up that report from WRA's box.
That would probably be helpful.
This is hearing exhibit 1313. Thank you. I got the number right. And if we could scroll to page 55, please. And just scrolling down a little bit to that table 14. Mr. Riley, please take a second to review this if you need.
What proceeding number was this, Mr. Barroso?
This was 21A-0141E.
Okay. And what document is this housed within?
And this is the phase 2 or the 120-day report.
It's in, okay, so it's in the 120-day report. Thank you. Okay. There are a lot of things in that report. So, okay.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
And just trying to find an example that might be representative.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I'm refamiliarizing myself with this part of our process a little while back.
Sure. And so do you see here, or I'll represent to you that this portfolio that we're seeing constructed in table 14, it was constructed in response to 300 megawatts of potential new load with 60% load factor.
Yes.
And 219 megawatts, or 25% of the additional capacity that's contemplated, was a new gas combustion turbine.
Yes.
And so coming back to our hypothetical 99 megawatt large customer who's activating the INP, would we assume roughly a 300 megawatt portfolio to serve their needs?
As a rough rule of thumb, that's not a bad one. And it just gets to the sort of interplay between actual load needs in megawatts and the difference between nameplate and sort of an effective load carrying capability type of perspective, because you need steady megawatts of supply to meet a demand like that. So nameplate can be misleading, and I don't think you're misled, but I think you would need a portfolio that's going to be larger in nameplate terms to meet a specific load if it's going to be a high load factor load like this one. Like this is 60% in hypothetical here. Your hypothetical is a 99 megawatt. I think a data center you're alluding to probably. You'll need more than 99 megawatts of nameplate.
Thank you. And if that 99 megawatt customer has a 90% load factor rather than 60%, for example, it might be more than this 3-to-1 ratio that we're seeing as a rule of thumb here.
I don't know that. I mean, like I said, the 3-to-1 is a very, very, very rough sort of, you need to model this out. And so I think the number would be higher, but I don't know if the 3-to-1 applies there or not. And again, like these loads are brought onto a system. I've been pretty clear over the last couple of days. We look at this as a system perspective. So the additions will be considered in the context of the system, not just considers as if this load is standing on an island and you're adding resources to meet it. It'll be in our system.
Sure. And so we're almost done with this hypothetical, but let's assume these same proportions that we're looking at here, and 25% of that new 300 megawatts of capacity is a gas combustion turbine.
Okay.
We're talking about 75 megawatts of new gas being acquired for the 99 megawatt load. Do you accept that premise? With all the caveats.
It could, I mean, it could look like that.
And do you think there would be zero emissions, zero system emissions from the acquisition and operation of that 75 megawatt gas plant?
No, but I think it'd be a pretty low amount of emissions on a percentage or tonnage basis relative to our other system resources.
But we wouldn't know those emissions impacts because for this 99 megawatt load, there would be no emissions workbook, right?
We wouldn't have that emissions workbook here.
And because we didn't have the workbook, we would not know the emissions impact of activating the INP in that hypothetical.
I think you wouldn't have the data here. So could you estimate it? Yes.
And sorry, would the company be estimating it even though it's not providing an emissions workbook, or are you saying some other party could estimate it?
I'm saying, could one estimate it? I mean, the company could estimate it for sure. And, that's something that would be reasonable to do in bringing forward an activation like this. And I also think a party could estimate it. If we're talking about one hypothetical CT, you just estimate it out of an emissions rate running at 1% CF or 100% CF, and you pick your point in between. You can get a range on that, and you get a good sense of it.
Okay. Earlier, and we're done with this hypothetical, Mr. Arley, so can take a breath.
Okay.
Earlier, we discussed that the company will be conducting that alternatives analysis, but is not intending to present multiple INP portfolios to the commission to choose between.
That's not our intent, no.
And so does that mean when the commission is presented with an INP activation for a new large load customer, its options are really to either accept or reject that portfolio of resources?
I believe our document says approve, reject, or modify, I think. I'll have to look more closely at this. That's generally sort of the commission's authorities. I think that's embedded in your apologies. We could review that in more detail, but I think that's the range of outcomes.
Okay, so let's again, another hypothetical to run through with you here. We're now in the load over 100 megawatts scenario, the other side of the coin.
Okay.
And there is an emissions workbook. And let's assume that the workbook shows that system emissions will increase as a result of activating the bids to meet that load.
Yes.
Could the commission still approve that INP portfolio?
Yes.
And
I believe they'd have to consider emissions. They'd have to consider the benefits of serving that load or not, affordability, reliability, and they can make a judgment on it. And you as a party could render comments in that process we've proposed as well.
And so scenario 2 here, we're talking about a load over 100 megawatts, and let's assume in phase 2, the commission had approved a 90% by 2033 solution set. And if the workbook shows that because of activating the INP, emission reductions will be something like 85% in 2033, the commission could still approve that portfolio.
What were the years again?
Sure. So we'd approved a 90% by 2033 phase 2 solution set. But we're looking at an INP portfolio with, apologies, an INP portfolio with 85% emissions in 2033.
Hypothetically,
approve that.
Yeah, hypothetically they could.
And last scenario for you here, let's assume that the workbook shows that because of activating the INP, the company will not achieve 80% emission reductions in 2030. Could the commission still approve that INP portfolio?
I'm not entirely sure because I'm thinking about the requirements of Senate Bill 19236, which requires the 80% by 2030, but subject to certain conditions. I'm not entirely sure if they could or couldn't, to be honest with you. It may require a little bit of legal research.
Sure, and I'll let your counsel address that. So we'll try to not stray into the legal interpretation, but do you think it would be appropriate for the commission to consider deviating from that Senate Bill 236 requirement in this comment-based INP process?
Would it be appropriate? So you're asking me to determine what the actions of the commission and whether they're appropriate or not. I think they'd have to review the statute, Senate Bill 19236, and review their general commission charge to provide oversight on the company as we serve customers, including with respect to environmental regulation, and render a judgment if it were legally permissible under Senate Bill 19236.
So I guess put a different way, not asking you to step into the commission's shoes, but from the company's perspective, there's potential that the commission could approve a portfolio that does not achieve 80% by 2030 through the INP process.
I think it's hypothetically possible, but fairly unlikely.
Do you think one way to address concerns about increasing emissions due to the INP, while still allowing for what we're trying to do, which is an expedited process, could one way to address those concerns be to require that the activation of the INP maintains the emission reduction trajectory that was approved in the phase 2 decision?
Maintains means there's no change from that emissions trajectory. So I don't know if I can go with you on that. I think an appropriate way to manage this is through our solution sets, which consider both a more rigorous and a less rigorous emissions pathway. The commission can, upon reviewing portfolios brought to it with greater or lesser emissions reductions projected, understand how much headroom it would have if it were to add emissions within an INP process. So I think the phase 2 decision could guide the sort of conditions under which the commission would, later, but not much later, look at an INP activation process. I think they'd have a lot of information after the phase 2 decision, which is exactly what we've envisioned in this framework.
And another way of saying that the commission could guide the conditions of the INP process would be that the commission could require that the INP not increase emissions above some amount. That is a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Riley. That's the last of my hypotheticals there, but a few more questions for you.
Okay.
So going back to the 100 megawatt threshold, the company's proposal is that if a large load customer achieves 80% probability, they can trigger the INP.
Was that above 100 megawatts or below?
That's for a customer below 100 megawatts.
Yes, that's true.
And for customers over 100 megawatts, they have to reach 90% probability.
Yes.
And just to refresh ourselves, 80% probability refers to a customer who is negotiating but has not signed an electric service agreement or an interconnection agreement.
They would be negotiating both the electric services agreement and the interconnection agreement at the 80% threshold.
And the 90% threshold customer, they have signed or executed both the ESA and the IA.
This is something that we were seeking to clarify. It's not a both, it's an or in the 90%. And I will say that our case wasn't completely clear about that, and I'm not sure if SJG 9 is either.
Oh, that is helpful. So
yeah,
90% means they have not necessarily signed both. They have signed at least one of.
At least one of
the
Yes.
ESA or the IA?
That's how that is. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
But
So in
the
both
80%
cases
is
for-
both, and I recognize that that's a nuance that matters, and I don't know if we fully have the record as clean as we could have on that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So in either case, for a customer above or below 100 megawatts, and if the commission through its phase 1 decision has approved the INP process, large load customers out there will know, okay, if I can get to the right probability threshold, there is an established regulatory pathway for me to achieve service with public service.
Yes. And that is exactly what they are seeking and what they feel they lack right now.
And so you'd agree then that regardless of the size of customer, above or below 100 megawatts, this INP pathway will give them some level of certainty that the company can procure generation to serve them.
I think it would. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think they have a sort of a view on a pathway that can work to trigger, a set of resources that are ready, a commission process that can contemplate that and expeditiously make a decision on that as they mature in their confidence level, if you will, going forward.
But
So yes, yes to your question.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
so for the smaller customer, the customer below 100 megawatts, they get both the certainty that generation will be procured for them, and they don't have to firmly commit by signing an ESA or an IA in order to activate the INP. Is that right?
They would, right. They'd have to meet the conditions of the 80%, which is enter negotiations on ESA and IA. And notably, and you could, if you have time with Mr. Bailey, he can probably walk you through the precursor steps to that. And I addressed that a little bit, I think, with Mr. Banis yesterday. So it's entering an ESA and IA negotiation, and many, if not all, of those previous precursor steps have been undertaken by that customer.
Mr. Riley, can you walk me through what happens in the event where the company has activated the INP for an 80% customer, the customer who's been in negotiations over those two, ESA and an IA? The company activates the INP, the commission approves it, the company begins to move forward with acquiring the generating resources, and then the large load customer withdraws for whatever reason. What happens then?
Then we would have a resource that can help us meet electric vehicle demand, beneficial electrification demand, addressing the resource adequacy situation under which we find ourselves, and potentially another large load would be attracted to this area to take up that resources generation.
So what I'm hearing is the company wouldn't stop with its procurement or advancement of that generator or generating resources. It would apply that available capacity to one or more system needs.
I think that is the case, yes.
And one of those needs could be attracting a different new large load customer.
Yes.
And is there a potential that customers on the system would have begun paying for this resource or resources that were required for the customer that dropped out?
Potentially, yes.
And then those resources that existing ratepayers paid for could be used to attract a new, different large load customer.
Yes, or to serve the other functions that I mentioned. And I won't even say potentially yes. The customers, customers will start to pay for that resource as it comes online, either through a PPA or if it were a company project, then that the payment for that project would be there, and existing customers would be paying that. So yeah.
Apologies, I appreciate the clarification. We've been discussing the INP. I have a few questions for you on the supplemental RFP.
Okay.
And so this is RFP number 2 in the phase 2 framework, right?
Yes.
And the supplemental RFP would include a load forecast that includes all large loads with a probability above 80%.
Yes.
But unlike the INP, which had the 100 megawatt threshold, in this supplemental RFP, all large load customers above 80% would be included in the forecast, whether they have 50 megawatts or 500 megawatts of load ramp.
That's true. The load forecast would not be removing those that are smaller. That 100 megawatts distinction is within the INP.
And so similar questions before, but would you agree that regardless of the size of customer, this supplemental RFP is giving those prospective customers a degree of certainty that the company will be procuring generation to serve them?
It would give them some knowledge that we're seeking the generation to serve them.
And if this phase 2 framework that we're talking about now is approved in the commission's phase 1 decision in, say, Q3 of 2025, and the supplemental RFP is taking place in mid-2027, customers out in the world will have about a year and a half where they know, okay, if we get to 80%, there will be a regulatory pathway for the company to procure generation.
Yes, and importantly, I think for the signaling to that market, if they get to 90%, I can go and start to move forward a project that was already approved and is being paid to be ready to act as quickly as it can. So there's a timing distinction for that customer I think is really important and part of the sort of the nuance of this process.
Okay, and sticking with the supplemental RFP, and we've just talked about that year and a half or so of advance notice. I guess I'm starting to understand why it wouldn't be more appropriate to require a 90% threshold for customers to be included in the forecast for the supplemental RFP.
I think we're going out to the market more broadly there and anticipating potentially a broader set of loads to serve. And so it makes sense to us to trigger that on the 80%, just as we're proposing to do it here in the base RFP.
All right. One more line of questioning for you around this 80 versus 90% threshold. And I'm going to try to keep this public so that we don't have to enter a highly confidential session. And you covered this a bit earlier, I think, with Mr. Rushoff. But are you aware that a significant amount of customer load that was originally in the 80% category has either withdrawn or been reduced to a lower probability since the company's direct case?
I'm sorry, in which category?
Customers that were in the 80% category have either dropped out or been reduced to a lower probability.
I'm aware of one customer that was the one fairly major customer that was in the 50 to 79% category that did withdraw. I'm not personally aware of those above 80, but I'm not disputing it either. Mr. Bailey is closer to that list than I am.
And based on that fact, would you agree that it's possible for an 80% probability customer to drop out?
It is. They would have acquired land, gone through a system impact study, a facilities study, entered negotiations on an ESA and an IA, then they would drop out.
And so would you agree that under this phase 2 framework and the supplemental RFP, and for this initial RFP as well, 80% probability customers, they get the certainty of the company procuring resources to serve them, but the company does not have certainty that load will materialize?
We don't have full certainty on that particular load. I think we have a sense that either other large loads will be available or willing to be served by that generation, or again, for that generation to be sourced to serve the other needs of the system, which includes some length for electric vehicles, beneficial electrification in the sense that you mean it, and WRA supports, and resource adequacy.
And just sticking with the kind of bilateral relationship between the particular customer who's reaching 80% and the company, would you agree that it's an asymmetric level of certainty? In other words, the customer is getting the certainty that the company will be acquiring generation for it, but the company, with that respect to that particular customer, does not have certainty.
I don't know if I can gauge that as asymmetric. And I think about things a little bit more broadly here, such as the WEC analysis that showed that 53% of the resources that WEC looked at from 2018 to 2023 came forward in the time frame that they were expected to. I'm sorry, 76% 2018 to 2023. In the year 2023, 53% of those resources came forward. So as we get resources approved, but the actual resources coming forward, that's a bit of a statistical game. So I think what you're saying is that statistically, some of these loads at 80% may depart, could be true. And I'm saying that statistically, some of the generators that we expect to come forward may not come forward. So I don't know that it really is asymmetric on the ground. On paper, I could see your argument, but on the ground, I don't feel that way.
Thank you. I appreciate that perspective, Mr. Eiley. Last line of questioning for you here, going back to the INP. It is the company's position that its economic development rate will still be available to large load customers.
Generally not. We're not planning to offer it to customers such as data centers.
Could we pull up hearing exhibit 414, please? I think this was an energy office exhibit that we stipulated to yesterday. Great, thank you. And I'm looking at question B, which asks whether large loads will still be eligible to take service under an economic development rate. Do you see that?
I do.
And the company's response was, yes, the rate remains available to customers, but the company is not actively promoting or encouraging the use of the rate.
True.
And so I guess I read that a little bit differently, Mr. Eiley, than what you said just now, which is that the rate will still be available to large load customers. Is that fair to say?
I could see how you could read it that way. Well, that's literally saying available, but the question is asking eligible. I think it might have been more accurately answered as eligible, but we're not promoting or encouraging this rate. And we have some other statements in my testimony, I think, but we're not planning to offer that. Also, we do have the commitment to advance a large load tariff by January 31 of 2026 in the tri-party framework. So that, I think, would certainly supersede the economic development rate conversation. But we're not looking to offer the economic development rate between now and then either to these types of customers.
And I guess I'm not trying to be pedantic here. Thank you for that. But if a customer is aware of the rate without you offering or advertising it or actively promoting it, would the company stop that customer from taking service under the economic development rate?
I think it depends on whether it's a standard economic development rate or non-standard, and I'm starting to get outside of my expertise on that a little bit. It's a good question. We aren't planning for them to use it, and I don't think we would bring forward I think in some of these cases, there's a requirement to bring forward an economic development rate to the commission, and we're not planning to do that. So we are not planning to offer a discount rate to those customers. And now that my memory is working a little bit better, I think we commented on this a little bit further in the supplemental direct testimony, in which we were asked about a rate forecast that would account for these customers receiving the discount. And we may be able to find that statement that we made. We're not planning for these customers to use the economic development rate.
And I guess just to clarify, you're not planning for it, but the economic development rate will still be in the company's tariff sheet and would still technically be available to those customers.
But I think
asked and answered.
Okay, I can move on. Would a large load customer who is activating the INP be able to take service under the company's economic development rate?
I think we would not try to have that happen. I think we try to not have that happen, put it that way.
So would you object to the commission placing that restriction on the INP if it approved it?
No,
No, you would not object.
I would not object.
Okay. Looking at my notes here, Mr. Eiley, those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Broso.
Thank you. I have UCA at 60 minutes. Do you have a sensible break point to maybe do a third now, Mr. Bunker?
I can, if that's your preference, yes. If you'd rather I do the entire cross tomorrow, I'm fine with that as well. It's up to your pleasure.
I wouldn't mind if we could keep moving.
Okay. All right. Let me get started. Good afternoon, Mr. Eiley. Good to see you again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bunker. Good to see you.
Let me just follow up on a point Mr. Barrasso just raised regarding the EDR or the economic development rate cases. And you mentioned a standard versus a non-standard EDR contract, right?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that Mr. Bailey would be the person to talk to about that? As I recall, he was the lead witness in your 2023 public service QTS case, and he and I discussed a number of the issues regarding a non-standard EDR contract in that case.
I think that would be a great place to take that question.
Okay. Okay, that is helpful.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just as a housekeeping note, I know Mr. Barrasso and I think a couple of the other council mentioned Mr. Bailey's highly confidential attachment. I think it's TLB-2HC. And they did not want to go into a highly confidential session. I will have some questions for him that will be highly confidential. So just as a heads up for planning purposes.
For Mr. Bailey, not Mr. Eiley.
For Mr. Bailey, correct.
Yeah.
Mr. Bailey.
Yeah. We'll have to go. I suspect we'll be in a highly confidential session with Mr. Bailey. So appreciate the heads up.
Yes. Now turning back to you, Mr. Eiley. Congratulations on this marathon.
Thank you.
If we could start with your rebuttal testimony, it's hearing exhibit 117. And if we could go to page 11, and at the top of the page on 11, here you summarize rebuttal testimony of Mr. Bailey as part of your overall summary. And is it correct that you discussed Mr. Bailey's support for the three-pronged large load strategy, holding 2 RFPs and a commitment to file a large load tariff by the end of 2026?
Yes, that's what's stated there. The tri-party framework adjusted that large load tariff filing deadline. Just
yes,
add that.
And that was my next question. Thank you for the prompt. And that is, if we could look at hearing exhibit 308, and that is UCA's rebuttal response. I want to go there first before we get to the tri-party document you're talking about. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 308. That's UCA's rebuttal response.
Sorry, there's a couple labeled 308. Let me just find the rebuttal.
Okay, there was a just to help you out, there's the SIR rebuttal response, and then there were 3 attachments, and then there were
Sorry,
2 affidavits, so they probably all show up under 308.
Yeah, it did. And it's titled 308 SIR rebuttal comment. Is that what you wanted?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And page 9 of that document, please. And you'll see on page 9 under the UCA reply, there on the bottom, that section 3 UCA reply, and you'll see at the end of the second line, UCA modifies its above recommendation that the commission adopt a large load tariff instead of a multi-phased RFP. And just to be clear, UCA now recommends that the commission order both a large load tariff and adopt a multi-phase RFP process. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And if we could go to page 3 of the SIR rebuttal response. You'll see under section 3 of that document on page 3, the first sentence under UCA reply, the development and approval of a large load tariff is the key issue for the UCA in this proceeding. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on these statements, do you understand that UCA support for the proposed multi RFP process is conditioned on the approval of a large load tariff?
I understand that they're generally linked for UCA. I may be not as totally sure whether that's I think you said approval. So I wasn't sure if it was filing or approval, Mr. Bunker. So I'm kind of taking this in.
Okay.
And I won't put words in your mouth.
Essentially, would you agree with me that based on this language on page 3, the UCA support for the multi RFP process is conditioned on the approval of a large load tariff? In other words, that is the UCA's first priority.
I would agree. Now I've absorbed the approval word. I will say I'm thinking through timing challenges there, but that's not what you asked me.
Exactly. So now if we could go to the attachment SJD9, which was part of the parties the 3-party agreement. And in particular just to clarify, that is the attachment to staff SIR rebuttal comments that's titled the staff PSCO and CIEA JTS Phase 2 framework, right?
Yes.
And if we could go to the last page, which is page 4, and at the bottom of that page, you will see a section called Large Load Principles and Tariff Filing.
Yes.
So my question is it now Public Services' position that the company will make a large load tariff filing no later than January 31st, 2026, rather than by the end of 2026, as it was contained in the rebuttal case?
That is the company's position, yes.
Okay. And as I recall reading the testimony, of both you and Mr. Bailey, the commitment to file a tariff, a large load tariff by the end of 2026 was somewhat conditional that it might be filed or not filed. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. So now just to kind of go full circle on this, we now have a firm commitment the company will file the large load tariff by January 31, 2026, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 117. And if we could go to page 20. And if you hold on one second, I'm looking for a particular document and okay, if we could go to lines on page 20, lines 17 to 20. Here you comment that amongst the primary concerns stated in answer testimony, and you list about 5 items and different rebuttal or intervener concerns. The one on the bottom of the page on line 20, concerns about load certainty. And the footnote indicates this is UCA witness Ms. Summers and WRA witness Mr. Iden, and they state concerns about load certainty. Is that right?
Yes.
And then on page 21, on lines 18 through 20, at the bottom there, you talk about the demand and the uncertainty of load growth, the challenge of capturing the benefits of load growth, and the risk of potential system overbuilds to serve forecasted load that does not materialize. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Now that is now a company's statement. I guess both are characterizations of answer testimony.
Okay. Okay. So you'd agree the company is also concerned about that?
Yes. Yeah, I would.
Okay. So with regard to public services load forecast and regarding these comments concerning the uncertainty of load growth, on page 31 of your rebuttal testimony in lines 1 through 10, here you indicate that public service is updating the base forecast. And it is updating for large load customers with 80% or above probability and for strategic economic development customers. Is that right?
Yes.
And you also indicate there on page 31 at lines 7 through 10 that when negotiations on the electric service agreement, an ESA, or an interconnection agreement, an IA, have commenced, the large load probability is considered to be at the 80% level, as shown on the table on the next page, your page 32. And table JWI-R-3, right?
I'm going to make one small but important correction to what you just said.
Okay.
You said it was entered negotiations on an ESA or an interconnection agreement. And it is actually, and stated here also, and I'm not trying to be difficult, just trying to be super clear about this point. Negotiations on an ESA and an interconnection agreement indicate the 80% threshold.
Yeah, good clarification. And so to follow up on that, because I'm not sure that's come up in your testimony so far, just to clarify and hammer that point home, you're saying that the large load customer has to be negotiating both of those agreements.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the 90% category on your table, they have actually signed both of those agreements.
No, sir. In that case, and this is not your fault, it's the fault of our record, but our intention is to state that they have signed either an IA or an ESA, and that is our definition of the 90% threshold. That is our proposal, and it was a point that I slightly surprised Mr. Barroso with as well.
Yes.
We looked at our record. We weren't clear about that, but that is the case that we are proposing here.
Well, what would be essentially the difference or the key elements of a electric service agreement versus an interconnection agreement? In other words, you're making a distinction. You got to be negotiating for both at the 80% level.
Correct.
But we sign one or the other. And so just trying to get my head kind of wrapped around that concept.
Sure. And ultimately, they're not going to get service until they sign both. What we're saying is once they sign one or the other, that is sufficient to trigger the 90% level. But at a high level, an interconnection agreement is, as its name would suggest, an agreement that is discussed. It's the contract between the company and the customer that creates the requirements, contractual terms, or the interconnection to the system. It's more of a statement about the physical pieces of the interconnection. The ESA, the Energy Supply Services Agreement or Supply Agreement, is the contract on the sale of electricity to that customer. And I'd probably encourage you to speak more with Mr. Bailey if you want to go into details on those two things.
Okay. Is it your vision or understanding that the large load tariff would replace the need for either the ESA or the IA? Or would you need all three?
That is a good question. I don't believe it would supplant the IA because that speaks more to the engineering requirements to safely interconnect to our system. I think, subject to correction in our statement of position or by Mr. Bailey, that the large load tariff envisioned to be proposed and approved, proposed by January 31, 2026, would supplant the ESA. It would structure the terms of the ESA. So the requirements of that tariff sorry, I cut you off.
No, go ahead.
The requirements of that tariff would create the requirements that an ESA would need to follow. So it'd probably modify the ESA. I think the tariff would be there to set the requirements that an ESA would be structured around.
Okay.
I may have slightly contradicted myself, but I think that's how it would work at the end there. And Mr. Bailey could probably speak to this with more detail as well.
Okay. That's helpful. Given the either or situation for a 90% probability, you've signed as a large load customer, you've either signed the interconnection agreement or the ESA. Would it be reasonable to look at the large load probability and require a 90% factor? In other words, negotiating both of these without signature is just not sufficient for probability, and rather a 90% probability, especially since you would only, as a customer, need to sign one or the other, but not both. Would 90% be a better probability percentage to go with?
Objection, vague, compound.
If you would just rephrase, Mr. Bunker.
Sure. Do you believe a 90% large load probability percentage is more reasonable than the 80% probability percentage based on the discussion we've been having in the last few minutes?
We are literally using both of those at some point in the proposed framework process. So it's reasonable where we have proposed it to be used at 80 and reasonable where we have proposed it to be used at 90.
And where in the record, if you will, would you find those I guess categories or those items where you're saying 80% for this, but 90% for that? I don't know that I've seen anything that really tracks that comment you just made.
It's certainly described in my rebuttal testimony, and then it would be picked up in, excuse me, in SJD 9. I could summarize it at a high level if that's useful for you.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
We proposed, and the framework proposes to use the 80% level in the so-called green box or the JTS based RFP. And I discussed why with Mr. Barroso. Then within the incremental need pool for large loads smaller than 100 megawatts, we propose that 80% would be appropriate there. For large loads larger than 100 megawatts, we propose that 90% would be required to move forward with a larger matching of those resources within the gray box, the incremental need pool. And then the same parallels would exist for the JTS supplemental RFP and the incremental need pool following the supplemental RFP.
Okay, thank you for that.
Hey, Mr. Bunker, if
Yes.
you can find a nice breaking point in the next 5 or 10 minutes or whenever, as soon as you can, I think that'd be good.
I can break right now. Based on some of these comments by Mr. Eiley, I may be able to streamline a couple of questions.
All right, so
if we could stop now, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I got you got 60 minutes, I got 40 minutes left. Let's call it a day for now. Any final matters before we break for the day? I think we're gonna finish up with Mr. Eiley and then put Mr. Tomjanovich on. Is that right, Mr. Larson?
Yeah, that's correct, and appreciate that accommodation.
Yep. Any other final matters before we break for the day?
Nothing for us, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner Plant? All right, thanks all. See everybody at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.